right, we are live. And I've got changes. As you can see, I no longer have any headphones. This is the plan moving forward. Now, I'm sort of in the midst of a bunch of audio changes, but I don't have all my equipment yet. So things are a little bit like half done right now. Got the new earbuds or in-ear monitors, and they're amazing. But I don't have the new hardware that is going to allow me to put real-time like voice monitoring in them. So it's hard to hear myself. But I wanted to try these, start to get used to them. And by the way, YouTube, I apologize. I went to start the live stream and the yeah, I'm still getting used to I'm probably gonna be messing with those a bit, trying to get used to them, but we'll figure it out. But we have some good new equipment coming. I have half of it plus these. I just need the audio interface, so I'm really looking forward to it. And that should be arriving Thursday. So we have tonight's stream and tomorrow's stream like halfway. So yeah, we should have this with no headphones moving forward, assuming that I can kind of get used to everything with this setup once I have all the audio. But yeah, expect Friday night a brand new like audio sound coming out of my channel, because we're gonna do everything new from the ground up. So, all right. And I am not used to this. Almost like it's better if I do like one ear in right now. Try to get used to it. But it's all good. Yeah, so sorry about the false start. I don't know why OBS decided to crash 3 seconds in to the stream, but it happens. Okay, we are on VOD 101. The nicest thing about not having headphones. Feels so good. By the way, Mikey shared this little beauty. Was I wearing the same shirt? Same shirt. She back. Okay. How are you guys doing? I see Blue Varo, Shy, Elizabeth, Corathal. We got 7 viewers on Twitch. A recording is going. And we are loaded. Nice and pretty. All right. So let's talk about why we're out here in the desert. And really, I just loaded in. No, I don't care if you were here first. Okay. So we're trying to turn on the aluminum factory, and it's a little hard to see where we're at, but it's this one right here, and we're very close. Let's get this. It's kind of annoying. It's very close, okay, to being turned on. The only thing that we really need is one last train load. So let's take a look at what that train load looks like. Here's our map. And this is the building that we want. So we have, this is our inputs and our outputs for the factory. Okay, there's really just two outputs, and they'll be in the forms of trucks. The big one is the central storage output, because there isn't any other factory that uses items from this except for the aluminum ingots. So we have the central storage that is all of the items we're making, and then those are going to be sent over to, obviously, central storage. Other than that, we just have the aluminum ingots, and they're going to get sent over to the power building. And bro, and the aluminum ingots, this is why I stay in the city. The aluminum ingots are used to make the canisters, not the canisters. What are they called? The tubes for the packaged rocket fuel fluid tanks. Okay, so to make the fluid tanks, right, we need the aluminum ingots, and the packaged rocket fuel is our main source of fuel for all the trucks and the drones that we're using. All right, and so we are using a temporary setup right now, and that temporary setup is going to be replaced by these aluminum ingot outputs. Okay, the rest of this is inputs. Now, these 4 inputs for the trucks, thank you for the follow, Catsy89. And by the way, thank you, Catsy89, for the Patreon sub. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you. These truck inputs, they're done. We've worked hard to make these, right? This rubber comes from the power plant. These copper sheets come from the shard. They've been sitting for months, waiting for this factory to be built. The motors and the heavy modular frames, they're in the twisty building, and the crystal oscillators and circuit boards are in the computer factory. So every single factory that we've built thus far is sending a truck to our aluminum factory, right? This is like the pinnacle of everything that can be built into the game thus far, you know, until and this is basically, except for the space elevator parts, this used to be the end of the game, right? This is all the parts, you know, up until 1.0. This was all of the parts, and then once you did this, you built the 4 space elevator parts and the game is over. Okay, so this is basically all of our factories for all of our items that you use to build stuff with. Pleasure, love watching your content. Thank you for the first time chat on Twitch. So, all right, I got a piece of ice. I got a piece of ice out of my teeth. It's like empty. Hold on. I got to message the staff before the staff goes to bed. Don't worry, she gets well paid. So that is the truck inputs. Okay, now let's head over to this. Now after the truck inputs, we have 2 trains. We have 4 coal and 3 water for a 7 train. This train is set. We did this last stream. All right, these are coming out of the blue crater. I'm working when you stream, so most of the time I watch, you're just lurking. I need to take some time to say hello. Well, I appreciate it. And as I was reminded in my Discord general chat today, hey, you know what? Will you hand me my headphones? I'm gonna pause 1 second, guys. Until I get the real-time like feedback, we're gonna have to go headphones. I tried, it's too distracting. I really tried. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute. We're gonna get this hooked up. I'm gonna get the old headphones on. I love these things, but I can't hear myself talk, which, as we know, it's very important. All right, so give me a second. All right. Yeah. So I love those, but until I get the rest of my audio, I'm just not going to be able to use them. Man, I can't get the mic stand right either. I'm a mess. All right. Catsy also subscribed with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. Thank you. All right, I think we're all set. How's the aluminum plant coming? We're trying to turn it on. If I could get my audio set. So I can hear myself now, and I can hear the stream. We're good. And I will get that stuff hooked up. Let me show you, actually, let me finish talking about the aluminum factory and where we're at, and then I want to take a break. I want to show you guys what I got and what I'm getting to redo my audio setup, because I am sick and tired of the audio crashes that we've been having. Catsy on Twitch, you really inspired me to build again on this great game. As I said, mostly had boxes or box towers in the last 2 playthroughs to try to get some nicer buildings this playthrough. Nice. Well, now that you're on the Discord, make sure you share some pictures. Yeah, you just got the notification. I had a weird false start today with YouTube, so but we're locked in. We're locked and loaded, and I got the headset back on, and like I said, I can hear myself, so we're good. I will get used to that. I just need the real-time sort of like feedback, because they're called in-ear monitors for a reason, and I can't hear myself unless I'm getting that feedback. So I thought I could do it without it, but you know, that's okay. All right, so this train is set. Now, did we make 3 of them, you guys? I think we did. These are running, and these are sitting in our factory. The water is loaded, it's ready. All right, now we have to run our trucks. So really we have to do 2 things today to turn it on. We have to run our trucks, which won't take that long. We have to set up the train. All right, and now setting up the train for this is a 2-step process. Actually 3. The first is we have to get in the game and we have to build a new rail line out to the bauxite. That's gonna take the longest, right? That's probably gonna take a couple hours. Right, we're going to be building this train line. The good news is I really like the ability to combination of 2 1.1 features, well, 3: vertical nudge, infinite nudge, and the blueprints self connection for railways has made using my particular blueprints much faster, easier, and they look better. And it's easier to get nice looking curves, and so it should go pretty quickly. And so we're going to be using those 3 features as we push. What is that? Oh, that's one of those little things. As we push to get our bauxite. So let's take a look at our bauxite train run route. So we are right here, I think. And what I want to do is I want to turn this way, because I want to have the option of running a train down through here if we need massive amounts of materials to the Tyrell pyramid for phase 4 space elevated parts and phase 5. And then so we're going to kind of turn this way and then turn through this canyon. And this is where we had our Jedi temple in the update 8 playthrough, if you remember that. So we're probably going to come up through here, and then I don't know, we'll figure out probably through this way, and we got to get up here, or maybe through this way. Yeah, actually I do want to get closer to the green forest here, because there's a bunch of stuff in the forest. All right, and so I want the train tracks to be close to that. So yeah, we'll probably come up through this way and go up the lake. We won't do a train spiral, but we will. There's a cliff right here. Go up next to the waterfall, and then probably get a train station up here. Once we get the train station here, we're gonna need to basically gather all of the bauxite. Okay, we can run it from here. We'll run one of our blueprinted sky beltways that look actually pretty nice. Okay, we'll run this along. How much do we need? And I'm also gonna need to build another balancer. Probably not a 10 by 10. Actually, yeah, probably a 10 by 10. Well, it's actually not a 10 by 10. This is wrong. It's a 10 by 5. Or it's a 10 by, it's a 6 by 10. So 6 will go in. And we'll get 10 out. So we'll get 780, 780, 780. $600, $600. 1, 2, 3. How much do we really need here? I want to try not to steal the bauxite from the aluminum that we already have going, just so that we get some time to overlap the two factories, you know? 4,500. So 780 plus 780. Plus 780 plus 600 plus 600. Okay, that's 780, 780, 780, 600, 600, and 600. That's 41 and 300. $4,440. Are you kidding me? We need 4,500. You can't make that up. So we'll steal some from this, I guess. What a pain. Pain. Bum bum bum. I mean, we could run. Problem is that I think there's a cliff here I don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just stay up here. So we need all the bauxite. We basically just need all the bauxite. What I'll do is I'll run an overflow to the old aluminum factory so that when this backs up, it'll still provide aluminum factory stuff. So yeah, we're gonna need all of it. So it'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'll be an 8 to 10. 8 go in, get split 10 ways. Those 10 get recombined and loaded into the train. Right? That'll get us our 4,500. It's an 8 to 10. Okay. And then copper and iron. By the way, this bauxite, is there a better way to do this? What if we make the balancer? Should we make the balancer on site? Or should we make the balancer at the Tyrell Corporation pyramid? Linear day went from bad to worse. Yeah, I actually had a pretty rough day too. There's a lot of stuff going on. My sister's coming into town. She's gonna stay at my house, so that was good. That's nice. Is it mean to say that I like my my sister's husband more than I like my sister? Like, we get along better? That mean to say? But to be fair, she would say the same thing about my wife, but everybody says that about my wife, so what are you gonna do? But no, we're gonna she's coming out to see my grandfather. He asked where she was a couple days ago. It's any day, anytime, any hour. We're kind of watching the phones. It's not great. It sucks. Cancer sucks. I don't know. I don't know if we can figure this out. I don't know if we can freaking, some genius is alive somewhere, or they're working on it, or I don't know. I don't know if we can do it, but it sucks. And you know, if you're young enough and healthy enough to have a chance of fighting it, you know, at least there's a chance. Not always, right? But like at 83, so it sucks. But you know, he's still kicking, and at least for now. And my sister, like I said, my sister's coming out. She's gonna stay with us, and her and her husband, this weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We're gonna make some good food. But yeah, you know, we just, you know, I just want him to be comfortable, and let everybody get a chance to be with him. You know, everybody get a chance to say everything they want to say. And not everybody gets that. You know, my dad's real dad. This is my, sorry, I'm taking a side. We're having a little side note here. My dad's real dad, his biological dad, which we also had a relationship with when we were younger, he passed away suddenly while he was watering his garden. And he was dead in the garden. That was 20 years ago. And we would always go over to his house for 4th of July, actually, and New Year's Eve. That's what we would do there. But my dad's father, who raised him, is the one who is passing, and the one who he's got a brain tumor. And so can't remember where I was going with this, but anyway, I remember. So my dad's real dad passed away suddenly. Nobody got to say goodbye. Nobody got to say, like, he was healthy and he had a stroke and he was gone. And it was very, very sad. It was 20 years ago. But you know, the bright side of this whole situation is that people are getting a chance to come and talk to him and sit with him, and you know, so yeah, that part's good, you know. But it's tough. I'm okay. You know, I was there that night in the hospital. I saw some stuff that not everybody in the family got to see. I've been sort of mentally preparing for this. You know, I said what I needed to say. I get to see him almost every day. You know, I tell him I love him. He sometimes recognizes me, he sometimes doesn't. That's totally fine. I'm good. It's my dad, my aunts, my grandma, everybody's having a tough time, but I can be the person where I can come in and I can make problems go away. Like, I fixed the air conditioner, my wife is fixing food, you know, so we're in a position where we can help, and that's a good thing. So I vote balancer at the remote train station. Consistent box cars. you know? Why don't I just do a 10 by 10? Why don't we just do a straight up 10 car train station that's all bauxite? Okay, we actually will do a 10 by 10. All right, so here's the thought process. Actually, this goes, okay. This is actually 10 by 6 at city, and then at mining location, it's a 10 by 10. Oh my God. Okay. And then even if they, so we'll take not a 10 by 10, 8. Okay, there's 8 of them, right? Sorry, I'm trying to get my shit straight. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. So we're gonna take the 8 and we're gonna rebalance everything, and we're gonna get whatever we get out of the 8. Some will be full, some won't be full at all. We're gonna get it to 10. Okay. And that 10 is gonna go into a train station, a train that is gonna have 10 cars, right? That's why we're going into the 10. And then those 10 cars, they're gonna arrive and we're gonna load them 2 belts at a time directly into the bauxite train that is gonna go to the city. And I do like the idea of building the 10 by 10 out on location, even cars, but also for the fact that we have a lot more space out in the wild. We don't, like, you know, I think that makes sense. Wow, you lost your dad 6 weeks back to lung cancer, 66 years old. Wow, crazy. That is now that I can't, you know, that's tough. I can't really even imagine it. But you know, it's something everybody has to go through, you know, at some point or another. But if you have time to prepare, it makes some things easier a bit. I think at least you can tell them what you want to. Yeah. There's it sucks no matter what. But like I said, he's a there's no way. My mic arm is now falling. I'm a mess today, you guys. I'm a straight up mess. As I was saying, he is a ornery 83-year-old Texas man. Okay. I will work all these out. I will work these problems out. I swear. I swear I have these things fixed, and then things break. So I'm gonna turn off my cameras, and I'm gonna fix my microphone stand again. One day, people, one day everything's gonna work perfectly forever and nothing will ever break. But it is not this day. 1 second, guys. Okay, I think we're back. That's why I kept adjusting this stupid thing, because it was too low. The mic stand. And then it was too low because it was slowly sinking. I have a really nice, let me turn the cameras back on. I have a really nice wooden desk, and I don't want to like put any holes in it. So I've set up a, at least I got you guys a good view. So I'm trying to set up like a clamping system to not put any holes in my desk. My old chair was doing that, gradually sinking. Yeah, my bed does that. Where can I post a screenshot of Satisfactory in your Discord? Pretty much anywhere is fine, to be honest with you. We're pretty chill there. Satisfactory talk is fine. If you want something more permanent, we have a section called Community Creations. Okay, we have a section called Community Creations. So yeah, or Satisfactory talk is fine. All right, this is much better. We're fixing problems, bros. We're fixing problems. Okay, let's get back to the questions. The chat. Oh, Negoshi's here. That calculated website you show me has been a godsend, Ken. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. And then Heath, Ian is here. Ice Rice Flag. That's just funny. Everyone have a funny sibling love-hate relationship. Oh yeah, my sister. Yeah. No, she's fine. We're both extroverts. We both want to be talking at the same time. You guys should hear a phone conversation with us. She could have a live stream. She could. She's the one that has a Bachelor of Science in voice. If things had worked out slightly different, she has a voice that you would hear and go, why aren't you rich and famous with the voice that you have? It really does. Sometime I'm gonna play. Her and I and my mother recorded some music when we were in college, and we put it on an album. Like, we made our own CD. I'll play it on the channel one day. I like my sister, 6 hours away in Oklahoma. The more distance is better. We relate better over the phone than in person. Yeah, that's the same sister that I told the story about last week, that I would say I'm waiting on you. Let's go. We're late, waiting on you. Rock and Ron. Yeah, okay, Sooner. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. I've been working at a senior low-income housing on the fire alarm. Most of the residents are friendly enough, but there's one that seeks me out and threatens to kick my ass. Love that guy. Okay, Sooner. He feels like he need to put you in your place and you let him. Yeah, condensation, AC also work for trains. Yeah, it's true. Question, how much items per second do you recommend at max to try to move per wagon? Well, so think of, you're gonna get full wagons, right? I mean, I think you can move your full belt, a full belt. So you just need to make sure that you make enough trains so that another one is arriving before it runs out. Does that make sense? So you can do a full belt, whether it's 780 or 480 or the Mark 6, right? 1200, I think. You can do a full belt. Just make sure the trains are full, the cars are full, and you're sending enough cars that they're not getting stuck at the beginning location. Does that make sense? As long as there's enough cars, you should be fine. Yoshi had Alzheimer's last September. I understand it's never easy losing someone close. Well, I love you, and I'm here to listen to you talk through it. Now we build. I know, trying to build. No, I'm not gonna happen. The universe is fluid, so should you. Yeah, oh, yeah, not having mistakes, I know. How did you build the boosters? Manny Deep, the boosters. Which boosters? I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm happy to tell you, but I don't know exactly what you're asking. Do you mean like in these lights? That's just if you do, it's just a collection of signs and beams. Let me know what you mean by the boosters. I'm happy to answer. Okay, we caught up. Okay, so yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I've got a plan. This is going to be, we're gonna make a station that is just bauxite, right? And we will need some bauxite for the other buildings. And so when that happens, what we'll do is we'll send more bauxite through the system, through the train, right? Because mostly we'll be able to upgrade these green ones to Mark 5s. You know, we could even pull this in, right? Because we'll be able to unload them faster. So this is going to be the bauxite train to the Dune Desert Tyrell Corporation building. And then once there, right, we can do the shuffle. But I like this idea of a 10 by 10 or an 8 by 10. Wonder if I should just build a 10er and then leave room for these for later. Let's do that, right? Because we can double some of these up. He can go with him. He can split to there. Oh yeah, yeah. I changed it again. Sorry, I gotta talk through this crap sometimes. We're just gonna do a 10 by 10, but we're only gonna feed in 8 belts for now. That way we have upgrade room later when we need more bauxite for our future buildings. I'm trying to think ahead. Trying. So, hold on, my chat's bugged. Minikin is here. She has graced us with her presence. All right. 43 viewers on YouTube with 15 likes. I appreciate it, guys. Okay. Enough. We've been talking for freaking messing around for 50 minutes. I was going to show you guys the equipment that I've bought. Let's get some better light here. But I feel like I've talked enough. Maybe I'll reward myself with more talking after we have something significant finished. Now let's try to remember how we did this. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I'll show you guys the equipment for sure. You know, probably just be better if we did this. We're gonna if we're gonna go straight anyway, why don't we just do this? And then we know it's straight. Need to make a macro. What now? Is it like a hog? Not even gonna worry about you, son. One more straight one. We'll never build railways the same way again. Yeah, this combination of features really makes things nice. Do we have time to curve here? I think we do, yeah. What path are we taking? Yeah, we're gonna go through here and then turn. Something that looks nice. Oh, it looks nice. Okay. Okie Sooner gifted 5 construction memberships. Swirls, Judge Rutledge, Chris Wilson, Chris Easterbrook. You got 2 Chris's. Stampy the First. We're all gifted memberships by Okie Sooner News. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Okie Sooner. I really appreciate it. There are several members of the YouTube community that repeatedly attempt to catch Minikin, who, if you don't know, is my daughter and the channel's editor. If you've seen any of my YouTube shorts, chances are she created it. She is turning 15 in like 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks. And she hangs out in the channel. And they try to catch her with randomly gifted subs. I guess we're gonna go straight here. Dreadnought. So Megatopolis isn't done yet. Hi all. Hey man. No, well I mean, check it out. There's plenty of buildings up there. We need some raw resources from across the land. So that's what the goal is today. You know what? Yeah, we'll keep it even. Yeah, Okie Sooner's the only one so far tonight. All right, I think I want to do a curve. Come on. Okay, so this is straight. Just one. And it looks good. Well, you guys hit her once a couple months ago, but I think you guys just got really lucky. And Ray is here. Using Blade Runner floating lights, cool. Yeah, well, there's also some floating lights from Back to the Future. There was, some floating lights, which I thought was pretty cool there too. Ooh, we are descending. I don't know if I intended for that to happen. No, I didn't. Hello, Blueprints. Okay. Now I think this is gonna be our split. So let's go ahead and build them both. We'll go one notch this way and one notch that way for the fork. Nice, Ray. Well, you didn't miss much. Just some technical difficulties on my part, which, I'm shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked. Okay. Now let's see if we can connect them twice. Nope. All right, what if we delete? I'm watching this because I don't want to go do things I should be doing. Might be onto something. Yeah, I mean, you know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Even if that means watching, you know, my channel. Okay, I think this works. We gotta get them the same height though. Come on, where's my power? Yeah, that should look really good. All right. And then we reconnect. Oh, you know what I've been forgetting? Signals. My big dumb self. Bing. And Stater, if you look down and get the blueprint to merge on the platform, you press H, use your arrow keys to move it out level all the way. Yeah, I was just doing that. But not... If I'm going straight, I think that works. I don't know if it works to get the notch, to get the curve. You know, the rotation. That's why I'm going out on the ground, so I have freedom to, you know, rotate. Blue Varro, which is why I've been playing for hours, and 4 of my constructors didn't have belts connected, had a real backlog. Yeah. You can turn it and use the arrow key. Well, the arrow key just shifts it. I need it to rotate. See, I can only do 90-degree turns. I need this turn right here. Honestly, I think this works. Now, if I really wanted some accuracy, I can go like this. So let's try this. That looks good. So, I mean, this is perfectly even. I think this is the right solution to make sure that I get it at the right height. And then I can have complete freedom in the placement and its rotation and still ensure that I keep it the right height. That, I mean, that didn't take long at all. Actually, we don't need that. That's silly. Silly, silly. Why do you need both tracks to go that way? Alter control to make it turn in half increments. Not when I'm in blueprint mode. Maybe locked. Yeah, I mean it's locked, so it's not gonna turn. Or if I'm in blueprint mode, I'm holding control, I'm holding alt. I mean, control is... Yeah. No, none of that's gonna work. I honestly, what I'm doing is I think the right move. Now this one is straight. Okay, so this is an easy one. We actually will do that. Guys, this one's straight. Stampy, you got a gifted sub. This guy been playing this game for days. How long you got in this game? 2,500 hours total. This save is getting close to 800, like 770, something like that. Oh, I've been, we got to build these. So, Oki, are you asking why both tracks have to go up this direction? Well, one track is for one direction. One track is for it's a two-way road. I'm not gonna push-pull. That's for sure. If I pushed-pulled, then we could only fit one train line in this entire distance. No. We need a track for a train going out and a track for the train coming back. Control the mouse wheel when I move my blueprint train tracks using H turns. But yeah, but you're looking at the ground, right? Unstater, you're looking at the ground. I have no ground. All I have is the blueprint next to it. I need to put it on the ground. That's why I'm pulling it out so far. So how are you locking it? There's two ways to lock it, right? There's blueprint mode and then holding control and not blueprint mode. How are you placing it? And I missed that one. Since these are right next to each other, I kind of want to make them, you know, same height. Used it in the void. Yeah, but how did you set the initial location before you twisted it? This guy's blending in. Natural camouflage. Thought those glasses were his eyebrows. Use H to lock it. Okay. Let's give it a try. I'm holding control. They're doing 90-degree turns. Unless I get it on the ground, then I can spin. I don't know what else to tell you. All Alt does is change my damn toolbars. Control mouse. I'm holding control. I'll move the camera and show you my finger holding down the control button if I need to. I don't know where else to put it. Have to arrow out a bit. Now it's not rotating at all because I've locked it. I'm holding control, nothing, because I've hit H and locked it. Maybe try to use infinite nudge. You mean the mod? Catsy, do you mean the mod or do you mean the in-game function? Honestly, Unstater, we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Pretty sure Unstater knows this game. I'm pretty sure he does too. But I am not able to either understand what he's saying or recreate what he's doing. And to be honest with you, I have a solution that works. So Catsy, I don't use mods like that. And I don't really need them, especially now that update 8. Sorry, not update 8. 1.0 is in. You can scroll with the mouse. Unstater, I don't know how else to tell you that I'm already scrolling with the mouse. I think I've said that like 20 times now. I'm holding control. I'm scrolling with the mouse. Nothing has happened because I've hit H to lock it. As soon as I hit H again to unlock it, then now we're unlocked and we're back to this, which is exactly what I was doing. I was basing it off of the ground. Okay, so yeah, Unstater, I was responding to Catsy, not you. He or she, sorry, was suggesting that I use a mod, but I don't use mods like that. So yeah, I think we need to start climbing here. So actually what we need is a different blueprint. We want the incline. And honestly, I think this is working perfectly fine. I think my solution's working great. So we have a solution that A isn't working for me, and B is a solution to a problem that I don't have. So I think we're okay. Should I be a little bit more aggressive in my turnage? I like this. Are we a little... I mean, that's coming in pretty flat. The other one lets you do really small nudges or rotations. Yeah, I want to be able to say that I've built everything in my city without any construction mods. And I've made it this far. I'm definitely not adding one in the 11th hour. Give this a try. I have all the rotation that I need. I don't need anything finer tuned than what I already have. Because we got this turn in just fine. All right, I think we do another one of these. This one I do want to do straight, so it's actually going to be diagonal. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god. Oh my god. Should I turn? I'm gonna hit the map. Bro. Shoot you in the pinky toe. That's right. Now what? I think I might want to turn around this corner. I think A, that'll look cooler, and I think B, it's gonna get us where we want to go faster. Oh, there was another spider. Let's get this summer sloop. My bad, Kin. I do have infinite nudge. Catsy accidentally figured it out on Twitch. Yeah, no worries. Honestly, I've got a solution. Karma. I didn't do nothing. All right. Do we go this way? Yes. And should we flatten out and go through the canyon? Also, yes. Okay, we've got a plan. Saw that smile, do more. I'll smile if I want to. All right. I think this looks good. But we are way off. I mean, I'm also a little concerned that is too steep for our 10 cars. Yeah, I didn't do nothing. I guess just trying to build some trains. It's hard to see. Didn't really help. I think this is gonna work. I wonder if this is too steep. Yeah, I don't want to repeat the mistakes we made over on that other line. All right, we're gonna lock it. And let's go ahead and set this one too. And this one back here. It's a doggo. And bacon. What's bad about smiling? When you ask somebody to smile, then it's not genuine. Like, why should I smile for you? Now, I'm a live streamer, right? And so that's a little bit different. But like, if you asked me to smile in real life, I would be mad too. It's not my job. Now, again, I'm a live streamer, okay? So that's different. But why is it my job to perform for you if I'm in real life? Like if a coworker says to me, like, "Oh, Kin, you should smile more." I think, why? Why is it my job to pretend to feel a certain way for you? It's none of your business, right? Now, if you're friends or something and you're worried about how somebody feels, that's different. But that's asking them about, like how they're feeling, right? But if you just say, "Oh, you should smile," I smile for you because, well, that's fine. But that's not how everybody but maybe that's not how everybody else shows affection. Right? Because in what you're doing is you're putting on the way that you live your life onto somebody else. And that's why you know, just because you show that you love somebody one way and they don't, doesn't mean that they don't care about you, right? So that's why. That would, or at least I can't speak for your friend, but I can speak for how I would feel. You know? But yeah, it's not my job to perform for people. And for me on the stream, I'm going to smile when I feel like smiling, not when somebody tells me, because that's just who I am. I'm a 41-year-old man. Okay? It just feels like gaslighting to me, and I'm stubborn as shit. So if you tell me to do something that I don't want to do, I will probably purposefully, not you personally, but a person, I will probably purposefully not do it. Because, you know. Now, if I have a reason to smile, then I will of course smile. All right, let's just bomb the shit out of this stuff. You don't want to be happy? I do want to be happy. Smiling is not being happy. Just because somebody is smiling doesn't mean that they're happy, right? If you asking somebody to smile is not you asking them to be happy. That's fake. You're just smiling. In fact, you asking me to smile would do the opposite of make me happy. That's why it doesn't work. And why should I pretend to be happy for anybody else except for, you know, and I'm not even gonna do that for my wife. Now I'll pretend, like if I'm upset or something, like, you know, I've got 5 kids, right? Do my kids always know everything about me that, you know, is upsetting me or whatever? Not because I'm hiding it from them, but, you know, there's just some shit that your kids don't need to know, right? I mean, we know that. But like, no, I'm not gonna just smile because somebody tells me to. You or anybody. Because that's just not who I am, and it's not who I've ever been, and it's not who I will ever be. But yeah, you asked, that would be my answer. Are we gonna fit in here? Because this is kind of cool, but not if we run out of space. I think we need to go up a bit more. But you can ask all you want, and there'll be some people that'll be like, yeah, and there'll be some people that'll be like, no. And I think that, you know, you run that risk. Do we need to turn? I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. And to be honest with you, I don't know who you are. Right? Like, you're not like a family member. You know what I mean? At best, an acquaintance. But I mean, if Okie Sooner told me to smile, I'd probably just tell him to F off. But I know Okie Sooner, right? Let's see. I don't know. I think it's kind of weird, to be honest with you. Right? Like, now, if my daughter is upset, I'm going to ask her what's wrong. I'm going to say, why are you upset? I'm not going to say, hey, you should smile, because that's not actually attacking the reason that she's not smiling. Right? If she's upset about something, I'll ask her, hey, you know, why are you upset? But just say, hey, you should smile, that doesn't fix anything. Right? You're in my opinion, that's just asking somebody to pretend to feel a way that they don't feel. If you want to make them smile, then I would say you know, try to figure out why they're not smiling. In my case, I'm playing a very difficult game that requires a lot of concentration, and so I'm not thinking about my facial expressions. I'm thinking about how I'm gonna build this damn you know, aluminum factory. So that's why I don't smile most of the time. And will that make me a poor streamer? Maybe. But if that's the case, then so be it. You know what? I think I went up too high on this one because I'm having to dip down to get under this low bridge here. So I think this works. I don't know. But everybody's different. I can only answer for myself. Moland, I just got on a stream to watch Satisfactory and got a reality check instead. Oh, well, you know, I don't know. Somebody just asked a question. Besides, luckily, this train stuff isn't too... Now what's attacking me? Luckily, I can mostly talk while I do this. All right, we need to shrink this. All right, let's now go 1, 2, 3. I do talk about all kinds of stuff on this channel. We'll talk about, actually, to be honest with you, most of the time we talk about food. We talk about food. We talk about weight loss. We talk about how much better the United States is than any other country. A little bit, Ray. Do you get that same vibe? Right? I don't know. I think that's, you know, when a guy says that to a girl, I think that's weird too. It just, there's no, what that does is it puts people in a no-win situation, because most people are not going to be open and honest about it like me, right? I just don't care. So, but like, if you're in like a social situation, or like you say that to like, you know, some younger girl, or you say that to like a coworker who doesn't want to start like to make things be weird, right? Then they're gonna like awkwardly smile and they're gonna perform. It's like, you know, it feels like do a trick, monkey, and you'll get a treat. I don't know. Like, perform for me. I just think it's I don't know. I just don't think that it's something that... How are we gonna do this? Let's keep it relatively straight. I just don't think it's any person's responsibility to have a facial expression for my enjoyment, unless I'm watching a movie, unless they're getting paid. Now, you could make the argument that me as a streamer right now, that I should be doing that. That is actually an okay argument. But I'm not gonna do that. I like to have an actual discussion for the most part. For the most part, We're not having an actual discussion. I thought we were having an actual discussion. At least while I'm trying to build these No. I'm really close. I think I'm going to straighten this up. And we'll do a full turn in a bit. But I don't know, man. You asked the sorry, bro. I always try to smile. Peace. Am I banned yet? No, I'm not going to ban you for asking a question. What you said is wrong. Go be pissed at yourself. Smiling does help. That's not true. I don't know. Well, let's see. Sorry, I read your comments backwards. What you just said is wrong. Go be pissed at yourself. I'm not mad though. That's super weird. Like, because I'm not smiling, you're saying that I'm mad? That's not the same. I'm concentrating on what I'm doing. I don't know. Am I insane here? Am I the weird one? I don't know. Maybe he's right. But I'm not gonna ban you. That would be silly because I'm not mad. You asked a question, so I answered it. Smiling does help, maybe, but that's my choice. Right? It's not your choice. It's my choice. Like what I do with my face is my choice. I don't know. And I think we're having an actual discussion. I bet telling Oki sooner to F off would make you smile. That is true, it would. Sorry, bro, I always try to smile. Well, that's awesome. Peace. Well, hopefully, yeah, peace for sure. If you're leaving, prepping a brisket for the 4th. Unstater, I'm making a brisket. Like I said, my sister and her husband's coming over. I'm making a brisket for Sunday. Not for the 4th. We're making tri-tip for the 4th, but I'm making brisket for the 4th, and I'm making brisket for Minikin's birthday in a week and a half. It's okay to be sad or focused. Smiles are not mandatory. Smiles need to be organic. That's what I think. Smiles are only good if they are... organic is, I think, a really good way of saying it, right? Otherwise, you're just... to me, it just feels like performance. You know? I mean, I would say, you say, don't you smile, don't you want to be happy? I do, I like being happy. But if I'm not just because I'm not smiling doesn't mean I'm not happy. That's the other thing I think. Just because I'm not smiling doesn't mean I'm not happy. I mean, if I walked around smiling all the time, I would just be a crazy person. I would look like a crazy person. Like, I bet you, like, if I purposefully smiled on this stream, you guys would be like, what is going on? I don't know. I'm going to be myself on the stream. I'm going to answer questions the way I feel, you know, because I couldn't think of doing it any other way. That's all, you know? Gaslanch, they can choose to go so else if they want smiles. You're gonna get smiles, you're gonna get laughing out of me, but I just feel like you're only gonna get them when I'm not gonna do it on purpose, I guess. I don't know. Is that weird? Otherwise, that's just not the stream or the kind of person I've ever been or will be. You guys are always gonna get exactly the way I'm feeling, you know? And I'm not like sad, I'm not like mad, I'm just being me. So if that's not smiley enough for you, I'm sorry. No, what a weird conversation. Effing ignore me? No, it's not that I'm getting reactions out of you. It's that I'm getting reactions out of you. No, I'm just having a conversation with a chatter just like I would anybody else. I'm not ignoring you. No, you're definitely right. Forced smiling is like putting up a fake facade. Now, look, if I'm like, if like my kid is upset, I'm, you know, maybe I smile at him to make him, you know, feel better. Or if like, somebody's, had a death in the family or something, and I, want to try to do something for them, even though I don't feel like smiling. Maybe would I do that? Well, sure, I might do that. But I think that's different from here. Smoking some chicken and sausage is 2 for the main. Nice. You're a good guy. Wouldn't be here if you wasn't. I got a keyboard. Can go anywhere. Okay. Leo, good night, Minikin. I just realized I need 108 refiners for 6 ADS per minute with pure copper. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of machines late game. Dreadnought, yeah, known for a long time. Maybe. Hey Preet, how's it going? Yeah, I'm not ignoring you though, my friend. I feel like I'm actually giving you a lot of attention. But it's all good. I think it's all good. All right. Should we... I think we are on track. I wonder if we should do the incline. I kind of want to do the incline through here. Let's get rid of these trees. Yeah, honestly, I think I feel like from a streaming perspective, right? I feel like I have some advantages. I have disadvantages too, but I have sort of things that I've sort of, I could say, built my channel around, right? Or is a reason for people to tune in. Every streamer has advantages, right? Natural sort of things that causes people to tune in. Hold on. Some of them are physical. I mean, let's be honest, there's some streamers out there, both male and female, that people tune into because they're attractive. Like, for sure. Oh, I don't want this one. That's not one of my advantages. I've got other ones. I feel like most days, although maybe not today, I feel like an advantage that I have is that I can express myself relatively well. Most days. Some days better than others. So I think that's an advantage that I have. I have a lot to talk about. I don't feel like we ever really have dead air around here. And that's good, especially in a slow game like Satisfactory. Right? I mean, we got almost 200 people on YouTube, 21 on Twitch. I'm really just laying down some railroad, right? The interesting part to watch me probably has more to do with what I talk about than necessarily every minute of what I'm doing in the game, right? So I think I have that advantage. But I think the biggest one for me is I think that for good or bad, you guys are always going to get real authenticity, which, by the way, I was talking to Minikin about this with, the rise of the ease of AI content. authenticity is going to be something that people are going to crave. And you know, if you get to a certain point in your life, you don't want fake people, you don't want fake, like if I wanted fake stuff, I would go see a movie. Right? When I watch a streamer, now some streamers put on a show, and that's totally fine. That isn't me, right? You guys get the good, you guys get the bad. I talk about stuff that's going on with my grandpa. My daughter's in the channel, right? I'm just a guy. I'm just a freaking guy. You know? And I think that is an advantage, or a natural kind of advantage isn't exactly the good word. Asset, right? An asset that I can use on my streaming is the authenticity, right? And I think that and the honesty, and I don't know, that's who I always am. But see, here's the thing. Most of my life, I mean, I'm a jerk. I try not to be. As I've gotten older, I have learned to say what I mean to say in a more gentle way. Right? When I was growing up, you know, I would say things, they were true, or at least I believed them to be true. But I would do so in an asshole way, basically. I feel like being married, having 4 daughters, has helped that out immensely. And by the way, feel free to ask my sister, if she agrees. I think she would tell you that I don't know, I'm just that person that says what they think, for good or ill. I think people like me are important, but I'm under no illusions about sometimes people don't actually want to hear it. And so I actually am very careful. I've learned as I've gotten older to not offer unsolicited advice. But if you ask me what I think, you may get it. So be careful. Yeah, this isn't high enough. We're gonna have to do another one. That was actually probably a big learning step for me, was when I learned that most people don't want advice. I could be right, you know, but I should be quiet. most of the time I should be quiet. It doesn't matter if you're right. If somebody doesn't want to listen, you know, and then honestly, that usually just makes things worse. Like if there's a problem that I want to try to help and I want to give advice, if the person doesn't want to hear it, how's this look? Then most of the time it just makes it worse. So it's very, very counterproductive to the whole point in the first place. So I've learned as I've gotten older to not give unsolicited advice. Now, that doesn't count with my kids. My kids get unsolicited advice all the time because, you know, I'm dad. But everybody else, I've been very careful not to give unsolicited advice. That's why I wouldn't have commented about the whole smiling thing, but you specifically asked. So I answered. And I have no moral qualms about answering a question that somebody asks me. Just be prepared to maybe not like the answer. But yeah, I didn't care what people thought about me when I was like 15. I'm 41 now. I really don't care what people think about me. Like, behold the field in which I grow my F's. It is barren. If I cared what people thought about me, I wouldn't have gotten a camera. Do you guys know how many like comments I've already gotten about like basically calling me fat? Like, I've had a camera for like 2 weeks, like a week and a half. I have a very small audience. I have a very small reach. And I've gotten a significant number of comments that are basically calling me fat. Like, what's funny is that there's like this implication that I've never heard that before. But no, it's all good. You know what my favorite one was? It actually wasn't a physical thing either. It was oh, what was it? I got a message. It was on a YouTube short about the city, and basically the person said something along the lines of like, I need to like frame it like it's sort of magnificent. Something along the lines of, this is why we shouldn't have video games, because distractions like this game has caused construction, me, to not do great things with his life because he thinks he's doing great things in this game. It was something like that, right? That was the idea. And that I need to be doing great things, in his opinion, whatever those great things are in his mind, in real life, and then I'm wasting my life by playing this game. And that wasn't even like camera or like related to like a physical appearance or anything, right? It's so weird. I think I said something like, I probably shouldn't have said anything, but I was like, wait, so I'm not allowed to relax and enjoy myself? But people are weird. Like I said, if I really cared about what people thought, I don't think I could. It would be very difficult to have a channel, I think. You know? And put myself out there. It'd be scary. I mean, it still is a little bit scary. Does that make sense? There's a lot of chat. I'm gonna catch up. Marcus, I British, everyone is different, but I definitely say that as people, we really don't like fake smiling, like a cashier in a US store. The whole have a nice day with the insincere smile. We really don't go in for that. As long as someone is polite, it doesn't matter if they aren't happy. Joy, it's difficult to explain properly. I get that. Like, I understand that. I'm very like, sometimes I'm very like, you know, when you get that cashier thing going. Now, sometimes it's almost a shtick. Like, if you've ever eaten, like, there's certain fast food places, like Chick-fil-A does it, where it's so like Southern hospitality, like over the top, right?
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
I actually can kind of appreciate that, and you're kind of in on the joke almost, that we really need to start turning. Where are we? But I get that. I actually do, for sure. You know, I want to go by the waterfall. So let's actually make a pretty sharp turn here. All right, let's try to catch up on. I actually have been ignoring YouTube chat for a second. Preet, just woke up, starting the day with breakfast in your stream. Hope you're doing great. Too, are you? I'm okay. I'm okay. There's family stuff that, you know, my grandfather is in a tough spot, but and then that's causing the whole family to be in a tough spot. But I'm personally okay. I'm enjoying my stream with you guys. So I'm good. I'm good. You just got the notification for a 5-day-old stream? Yeah. You're attractive, Ken. That's why I watch your streams. Ray. Is that Ray? Did you change your thing? Is that the same picture? Is that somebody else? Can't tell. RYY. We can all work on ourselves. Is that Ray? Did you change your name, or is that? It's a similar picture. That might be a different person. I'm here for the view. Everything you say is very interesting. I actually do try to make my you know, I've got the widescreen, I've got high quality camera. I try to make things technically good. That's why I'm going all in with the audio changes. You know, that's another thing that I'm trying to do with my stream, is have like good quality, you know? At least you didn't say you were laying down pipe. That's true. Comes back the same way though, bro. Sorry, I lost the back and forth on there, on that. Not advantage fact. Yeah, I think asset would probably be better. Hey, DJ. Yep, he's a jerk. Probably why I like him and why he hates me. I don't hate you. I'm gonna back to the start of the stream and watch at 2.5 speed to catch up. All right, man. Welcome when you get back. Yeah. No, I don't hate you at all. You're smart, just grumpy. I don't know. Do you guys think I'm grumpy? Sometimes I'm grumpy. You know who I'm grumpy to? I'm grumpy to Eye in the Sky and Oki Sooner. If Eye in the Sky and Oki Sooner were here, I would say that I'm grumpy. And if they said I'm grumpy, then I would have to agree. I have been curt with them. But I don't think I've been grumpy with you at all. Or I don't think I've been grumpy today at all. Not gonna lie, I don't like kids and I don't want kids. That's okay. You don't care what they think either. Absolute cinema, maybe. My kids were great. Lost my youngest 3 years ago. Kids are awesome. That's sad, but kids are awesome. But I would never want somebody that doesn't want kids to have kids. That would be the worst combination. I've met some people like that, and it's not good. People who call you fat, you should feel sorry for them. I prefer being fat than having poison for blood. Well, it'd be nice. PT4M. Maybe we could do both. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. He was 30. Yeah, that sounds sad. Only a little grumpy. Yeah, there was somebody. Wow. Scroll up. Look at RYY, who said we can all work on ourselves. Very similar color and shape profile picture. Very similar, you know, setup with the letters. Interesting. Cool. He's teched up. For this last playthrough, I automated my miners into the cloud. We'll do so from now on. Your miners, like the raw materials, straight up into the cloud? Turned in. I really appreciate the widescreen. Almost no black bars now. Oh, do you have a widescreen yourself? No, Kin, I'm perfect. Yeah. I seem pretty chill. I try to be. I mean, we all have issues. I try not to take my issues into the stream. I fail sometimes. Check the nitrogen, Kin. Nitrogen's okay. A little grumpy. Maybe it's a dad thing to look grumpy 24/7. You know what it is? It's the lighting. I have to, I have my brow in this constant state because of stage lighting. We're gonna call it that. Grumpy sometimes? Maybe. Yeah, no, the reason that my face is grumpy is because I can tell when somebody's touching a thermostat. Catsy, just a question to your logic of the city up in the sky. Do you produce anything in central storage? Or is it really just a really nice storage? So the plan on the central storage is to produce some items, things like ammo and like things that I need producing, but that don't require a factory. I do have a lot of extra space in there, and I would like to use that for producing things that don't need a factory. Okay, gas masks, ammo of all kinds, that kind of a thing. I haven't gotten around to that. In theory, I would like to do that though. Portable ones. Oh, yeah. No, me too. I did that as well. Well, actually, I made too many and they're still in my inventory. Yeah, I hear you. The pictures for me, Ray, are relatively small. So I kind of glance when I'm trying to play as well. And so it just threw me off because I thought it was you for a second. And then very clearly it wasn't. All right, so are we gonna do a lake view on the train here? I think we are. All right, let's do this. I caught up on chat. You know, I wouldn't want anybody to think that I'm grumpy. Right through these rib looking things. Yeah, I think we can. Get rid of this. I don't know, guys. The fact is, I'm just me. I talk. I'm also going to be real with you. Right now, it's not too bad because what I'm working on is relatively repeatable and simple. But like half the time I'm talking, I'm only using about half my brain or less to come up with what I'm going to say. I'm trying to actually play what is one of the most difficult games I've ever played, and not just a difficult game, but I'm trying to do things in this difficult game that nobody's ever done before while trying to hold a conversation. So that's not easy. And so there may be some times when the conversation that you get is I don't have time. I don't have any brain power to be anything other than myself. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's none left. There's nothing left for anything other than just me. Like, have you heard the saying, that's why you never lie, so you don't have to remember what your lies are? It's sort of similar to that, right? Like I don't have the brain power to be anything other than myself while I'm trying to play this damn game. For better or for worse, right? I will make mistakes. I will I mean, I've yelled at viewers. Pretty much just Okie Sooner and Eye in the Sky, but let's be honest, they both deserved it. For better or worse, I feel bad after, but People can call me many things. Inauthentic is I don't think one of them. Ooh, can we fit? Right in the hole? Railroad track is too long. Man, I was really stretched there. Up. But it's all good. And again, we played some Don't Starve together. Yeah, no, I don't know. I've never heard of that game. It sounds slightly familiar. Were you here like a few months ago trying to get me to play that? Is that why that sounds familiar? I think that's the only time I've heard that game. Trying to thread this through these ribs or whatever these are. I think that'll work. Yeah, all the free space in there. To be honest with you, Catsy, the reason that there's all that... Oh, I forgot for a second that you're looking at my save. The biggest reason there's all that free space in there is because I wanted the center building to be aesthetically the tallest building. And I knew that I would have to build really tall buildings. So I didn't want to make what is supposed to be the tallest building too short at the beginning. That's really the reason. And then my coping is the fact that I'm gonna put some other stuff in there. And so I basically built it as tall as I needed it to be aesthetically, and then tried to find uses for the space. Should add the blueprint to add signals. A little late now, probably. Never checked. Too short to place them would not work. Yeah, that's why. Also, I am. Let us actually go back. I forgot to place them along the way. There's another reason, and maybe this is a, not necessary. But I have this feeling that they would be bugged in a blueprint. Like if they were on the edge. Now, if I made two, I bet you I could do it if I had two chunks of track. Like, let's say I went from the beginning here, like here, let's do it this way. Let's say the track ran like this, and then like this, instead of in the center. I could put a signal in there. But the downside to that is, look at what's happening here. This flat piece, like this piece has to lock onto this piece to get the curve. If this piece was longer, then it would have less room. Like the straight portion, the forced straight portion would be longer. So we'd get different, we'd get less flexibility between the blueprints. And to be honest with you, I don't care that I have to place these afterwards. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And to be honest with you, I think I said to be honest with you twice in a row. I don't know if I necessarily want them at every platform anyway, so I'd probably end up deleting half of them. And what's the difference between deleting half and building half? I don't know. Yeah, the big toothpicks. Yeah, they look like ribs. Got this song too much time on my hands, just saying. Let me tell you, I do not have enough time, that's for sure. This train track is gonna look really cool coming through these canyons. Trying to multitask. Figures, I used to work railroad. Did you plan this? You're biting your tongue pretty hard. Well, I didn't use railroads. Did I plan this? I did a basic plan. Go from Dune Desert to Red Forest and bring it close to the forest, the green forest, because I want to make some split offs. So yes, I planned this. I apologize if it doesn't meet your railroad experience standards. I'm very upset about it. I'm very shook up, as you can see. Really, you know, why I'm not smiling. I am a jerk, aren't I? I try to keep it under control. Sometimes it slips out, though. That's a cool swooping entry there. I like that. You have the most awesome build I've ever seen. Relax. I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed. At least I think I'm relaxed. I have to smile. I have to relax. There's so many demands. You know what I keep thinking of, honestly, throughout this conversation? So there's this old YouTube video. Like, I mean, like, old YouTube video, like first 3 or 4 years of YouTube. There was this, I don't know if they were brothers, they were buddies, but they would do these little like skits, basically, these little videos, and most of them were silly and not very memorable. But there was one that they did that was called Mother's Day. Their channel was called Barats and Beretta. I gotta look this up. I gotta show you. This is like old school YouTube. I wonder how long it's been since they've posted a video. No. I was watching a video on EQ. All right, when was the last time these boys posted a video? $11 years ago. 11 years ago. Now, the video that I'm thinking from them is called Mother's Day, Barats and Beretta. 2 minutes. So my siblings and I forced my mother to watch this video every Mother's Day. She hates it, but basically it's two brothers like trying to take a picture for Mother's Day, and one of them's all dressed up with the tie, you know, and very nice, and then the guy in the back with the yellow tie, he's wearing like a Tool like t-shirt and stuff, and there's just basically, you know, them fighting over taking a good picture. And one of the lines is he goes, I smiled last time. Because he goes, smile. He goes, I smiled last time. So we've been talking all day about smiling. I've been thinking about this video. 19-year-old video. I've been trying to make a Jolted Geo. Hey, I've been trying to make a gigafactory. Do you have any quick tips on what I should keep in mind? Love the lighting you got going. So what are you making in your gigafactory? Tell me, give me some more like parameters, and I can give you some tips. And also, is this your first playthrough, or do you have other playthroughs? Like, what's your how many hours do you have in to Satisfactory? That may help me come up with good tips that you may find useful. Too many signals will result in the trains bunching up too much, so a main route will jam up everything else at junctions. Yeah, I may have too close of a signals here. I haven't had too much trouble with them like this. The other thing I can also do too, Marcus, is the first signal gap right out of a station should set the distance. The initial distances between the trains, right? I don't know, but you're right. You have to be careful on that. Beer, seem relaxed. I think so. You might survive on a construction site. Teasing is hard. While you're smiling, I got it. Yeah. Well, I've worked on a construction site all through college. So my dad's a locksmith, and I was a locksmith as well. I worked for him, but there was a time where we also were subcontractors, and we would bid on. We mostly did school construction. Well, not construction, but remodels. We would put in the doors and the door frames. Sorry. Doors, door frames, door closers, hardware, the little ramps, right? Little rubber ramps. I've worked on schools. I've worked on fire stations. We did all the Chevys in Northern California. What else did I work on? I did government buildings. I did an EDD in Vallejo. There's an old folks home in Yountville. It's actually a veterans home. Excuse me. It's a very large veterans home in Yountville in Napa Valley. We did that. Apartment complexes, basically all through like my second half of high school, and then the 6 years I was in college, I was on job sites. So I know how it goes. I might survive on a construction site. I have survived. I've lived a not as interesting a life as some, but more interesting than others. Somewhere in the middle. But no, I've worked construction. My dad basically was like, you're gonna work these construction sites with me as a reminder to why you're staying in college. I forgot to put these in. And then after college, I flipped houses and I hired contractors to to work on the houses. And you built them all? Yeah, we were doing remodels, right? And like I said, we would only do the there we go. One portion. Just doors, frames, electronic access. We would do that too. So, we wouldn't do the framing. We would put in the door frames, like the commercial metal door frames. And windows. Often. I kind of want a straight shot here. We're kind of getting a waterfall. Ooh, it's a little high. What if we can go like... Get right next to the waterfall. I think that's pretty cool. I think we need to go higher. This has a weird dip to it. See this like bow? To get rid of that bow, we have to go higher. If you can survive on an oil rig, you can survive through a lot. Yeah, I'm not man enough to work an oil rig. At least not this, not at this stage of my life. I probably could have. Oil rig, man. That's some real shit. I could have when I was younger. Maybe if I started younger and never stopped, I could be doing it now at 41. But I am, I don't know. I'm too tired for that. Like that just makes me tired. Probably would be better for me though, right? Than sitting in an office chair. I have a lot of respect for that kind of work, for sure. Let's do something interesting. You want to go somewhere fun? You want to go to Taco Bell? Let's try. Nope. Okay. Cortho, time for bed. All right, have a good night. So Jolted Geo. So I have around 250 hours. I've completed a full playthrough. Casual. I love making good factories and Factorio. Okay, nice. Mainly looking to make a good amount of resources, but I'm usually stuck on resources. I need to get to the places that are distilling far. Should I just be pumping all materials to the main area? Been crafting in a hub. Ran out of characters. Yeah, oh, by the way, I didn't put in the windows. We just put in the metal frames. Glazers would come in and put in the windows. Yeah, so that is a tough call. There's a lot of different ways to do resources. You could kind of consider my city to be almost a mega factory, right? It's broken into smaller factories. We can't see anything. This is the underside of it. But I did decide to do a resource hub in the Dune Desert, partially for aesthetic reasons. I wanted my pyramid to be in the desert, partially because I think it makes sense to not build everything in one place from a computer having to figure out, that kind of stuff. doing all the calculations of both major buildings all at the same time. Probably a little easier on my FPS. So that's why we've got a resource hub. I think management of the resources, I think you're on the right track, recognizing that management of your resources are going to be the major issue. Are you using a factory planner? I would absolutely say use a factory planner like Satisfactory Tools or Modeler. I would definitely say that. You're still doing it at 48? Oh yeah. Yeah, tons of respect. You're not that old. When I was in the 40s, I took up flying small planes, learned the programming, hitting the prime. Well, I'm in my 40s and I'm learning how to stream and deal with wacky personalities online. So, I mean, you know, we all have our crosses to bear. All right. But yeah, in regards to doing the oil rig stuff, yeah, it's, and honestly, like, I knew, you're obsessed with smiling. I knew that job was tough. Yes, Jolted, I'll show you. No, I know that I'm not that old, but rough C530. Have you watched let me ask you this, as somebody who actually does that kind of work, have you watched the show Landman? And if so, what do you think about it? Because I can tell you this, as a real estate professional, when I watch house flipping shows and stuff like that, it drives me up the wall at how, like, silly the stuff is and like how inaccurate it is. Like, how is watching Landman like the same for you? We know we are wacky. You put yourself out there. That's true. That's what I said. I agree. Should I do another? We should do another incline one. Here, let me show you. So I use Satisfactory Tools. This is what I like. Now, this is for planning purposes. So I use Satisfactory Tools. Here are all my factories. I have a couple versions of ones that I did different things with, but, like, let's take the simple one, okay? So I've plugged in what I want to build, and it shows me a flowchart of how to get it all built. And, for instance, I'm going to make iron plate. I'm going to use an alternate recipe. 6 foundries is going to make 270 iron plates per minute. I need 236 of them to make these reinforced iron plate. I'm going to go with the rubber alternate recipes here for reinforced iron plate and concrete, right? And so, and this can get as big and as crazy as you want and or need it to be. And I've also used it in, let's take the factory that we're working on right now. Very complicated, but all those, so there's the sort of bright orange. Sorry, hold on. My allergies are bad as always in the summer. There's the sort of bright orange boxes. Those are constructing machines, right? Blenders. But these darker oranges, these are inputs. And so, for instance, where's a good example? The copper sheets. So these copper sheets, these came from that other factory. See, I'm making 550. I don't need 550 copper sheets per minute for construction. I made it so that I could ship them over. And use 517 and a half to make all the heat sinks I need. Because this factory has the all-clad aluminum sheets. And you can do that by going to items input and putting in not just the raw resources that you have available to you, but the items as well. Yeah, I use pen and paper to plan my stuff. I did too. By the way, I also use a lot of Excel for notes, and I have kind of I make blueprints. So here's a blueprint that I made, and I can track exactly what its inputs and outputs are, and I can figure out like, okay, well, I need to build enough for 4,500 bauxite for this factory. That's, by the way, what we're trying to route right now. And so I can break these into groups, and I can kind of do the math, and I've done this, I've broken it out this way so that we have even 600 pipes of water, because fluid's such a pain in the ass. And so I've pre-planned it so that 4 blueprints, right, because 2 of them give you 300, 4 of them will give me a 600 pipe of water exactly, like precisely. And so because I plan more up front, I think the construction of it is less prone to errors. I still have plenty of errors, but imagine how many I would have if I didn't plan. You are in real estate? Yeah, it's my side. I did it more actively when right out of college. I worked for some guys that flipped houses in the 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12 crash. And I flipped houses for myself. I owned an LLC and everything, and never lost on a house. I did have basically everything go wrong on one, and I only made $2,500, but it was still profit. The most I ever made was, again, I had to pay my investors like 70% of it, because most of it wasn't my money. I made like 30%, 35%. I think was like, I made 60 grand or 70 grand net off of a 4-month flip. I put 35,000 into it. We made 100 grand. These are just raw numbers off the top of my head. I can't remember all the details. But that gave me enough down payment for my house. But again, my investors got most of it, which, as they should. They trusted a 25-year-old with a couple $100,000. Sushant, good to catch you live. Construction, love your content, thanks. Well, thank you for following me, and I'm glad you caught me live too. And I became a realtor at that point to support the flipping, and I still am a realtor. I'm still a licensed realtor. It's one of the reasons that I have a pseudonym, just because I don't have to deal with weird people. I will probably at some point flip again. Flip houses again. I think this curve looks really good. Should we maybe bring it a little bit down though? Probably. Ooh. See, it kind of bows up. We have to bring it up a little. Yeah, that's a little better. I think this is gonna work. Bought a TV antenna, 46 channels, main antenna from scrap in my garage, 64 channels, just saying. Nice. Oh, rough. I work in Canada. It's nothing like that up there. The stuff stopped in the 50s when it comes to drilling tech and well management. The States is well management in the States is 30 years behind. Interesting. People still watch shows on TV. I actually watch a lot more YouTube than I watch TV. But I've got some streaming channels. I got 5 kids. I got Disney Plus. I watch Bluey with my 3-year-old. Every time I work with fluids where the water has to go near 600, it always clogs up and backflows somewhere. Ice rice. Yeah, I've got some things that I do to help make sure that doesn't happen, but sometimes things get weird for sure. We're gonna see if I've designed this aluminum factory well enough that I can get a consistent flow of aluminum out of it. I mean aluminum, water out of it at 600. We're gonna find out. That's a pretty cool, that's a pretty nice curve there. A little higher. Start our dive. Dive. This is lucky that we're gonna be climbing on the outside because I feel like this inside track is steeper than I want. But while we're climbing, we're gonna be going down. We're going to be climbing on the outside and we're going to be empty on the outside. So the nice thing is here, we probably really won't have any issues with elevation and the trains slowing because they're going to be empty on the way up and they're going to be full on the way down. So when they're heavy, they're going to be going down. Is my 3-year-old a dog? If we watch enough Bluey, she starts to act like a dog. Yeah. This looks good. Marcus, this is the area where you had the triangle junction in the Star Wars save. It is. I was actually thinking about that triangle junction. That was a badass junction. That was one of the most technically difficult things I've made. It was a perfectly symmetrical 3-way junction. Do I not have any filters? I ran out of filters. Guys, we're here. And by the way, I did not want to use those rails because there's too many trains on those rails anyway. We needed a fresh set. I'm gonna die. Oh my God, there's another one. Where's the other one? There's so many. I need to get some more homing ammo. Another one. Can we please stop? I'm trying to build a giant train station while we're out of ammo, you guys. In your natural habitat, can you please let me destroy your ecosystem in peace? Where's our bauxite? Yeah, one right here. I was thinking just in here somewhere where there's space. So here we build like a platform area. I think we can do that. So a slight curve. I had some. I've run out. I filled it up a long time ago, and I've just slowly run out of work. I slowly run out of ammo. It was all like temporary construction. Movies, I can tell you the Deepwater Horizon movie drove me nuts. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I know of it. Yeah. Your realtor got 14 acres, one bedroom, West Virginia. Should grab it. Yeah, I've never been to West Virginia. I'm not gonna buy any property there. I don't want to live in California forever. But right now, all my stuff is here. Contemporary. I try to be. Can we not? What is everybody doing here? All right. You leave me no choice. Not working. He's hitting me with AoE damage, and I'm not hitting him. They're working together. Oh, he was almost dead. All right, so I was hitting him. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. All right, I thought there was a big one around here somewhere. Now I better grab some nuts though. California, good luck. Good luck with what? I've lived here my whole life. You'll have to be more specific. Which specific thing have you heard but never actually been here and think that you know about us? I think we're gonna go here, guys. I think we've landed. Want to do glass foundations? Hold on. Okay. Costs? Yeah, that's true. But why do you think I have a side hustle with this channel and a side hustle with real estate? And I've driven Lyft, and I went to college, and I make a good living writing reports. My wife has never had to work except for the raising of our 5 children, which is of course work, but she's always been able to be at home. My wife has homeschooled our children. My minikin was yeah, we're just gonna clear this all out. Homeschooled until 8th grade. She went to 8th grade. We homeschooled before COVID made it cool. So it can be done. But I basically have worked 60 hours a week pretty much my entire life, minimum. But I owned a house at one point. I sold my house. I rent currently. It can be done. I don't live in San Francisco. I don't live in LA. I don't live anywhere near either of the, well, I mean, I guess I live somewhat near the Bay Area, but we're far enough away that it's not as expensive as it is there. Isn't California one of the nicest places to live in the US? Yeah, it is. Depending on what you mean by nicest, it's expensive. And there's certain policies that I'm not a fan of. Weather-wise, it is one of the best places to live in the United States for sure. Really? I thought technology had grown. Yeah, with all my side jobs and real estate on the weekends. Yeah, absolutely. Plus this channel, I spend 30 to 40 hours a week on this channel. I mean, streaming alone, guys, I do 32 hours minimum streaming. Minimum. Plus all the editing and all the side stuff that I do and all the prep work and stuff like that. Absolutely. If you want to actually learn things, homeschooling is amazing. Well, it's also just about control, having control over what my kids learn. And by the way, they're at-home charters, just so that we're all on the same page. My wife isn't like designing the curriculum or anything. Yeah, those are indestructible. They shouldn't be. I said so. Yeah, I would move out for tax purposes. But again, my parents aren't moving. And I got all the grandkids. Is gaming work? This isn't gaming. Do you know how much easier it would be for me to just turn this off and so you're making the argument that streaming isn't work, that I should not count this time that I'm not spending with my family as work. The amount of time that I spend editing videos as work. Put it in area mode. Yeah. I don't want it to chop down trees though that I don't want it to chop down. That's why I had it in single mode, so that like, cuz I like the idea of these trees that are off platform to remain. Maybe it's the foundation glitching it. Yeah. Do you think if I put this in area mode, it would get it in the area? No, I think these are indestructible. I didn't think they were anymore. And I don't think the foundation would glitch it. No, editing is definitely work. Learning how to do all this stuff. I mean, I hope it's work. I'm using all of the all the equipment that I purchased for this channel. The government certainly considers it work. I'm getting write-offs on my taxes. I hope it's work. All right, so we need space for 12 train stations. An explosive? I think I did. Did I not? This one, right? Here, do we have a regular explosive? Not this. I don't have any. Yeah, we have some. Now, is it enjoyable work? Sure. No luck. Yeah, it's work that I enjoy, but I would not call this. Yeah, I don't know. I still call this work. I'm doing it specifically to replace my income. I work, I stream as play, except I give my income to charity. Editing is work. I agree. Yeah, I would, I guess I just disagree. But it's all good. I am not giving my, mine to charity. I guess we could just hide this. Yeah, let's just build over it. All right, how are we gonna do this? And by the way, I consider it a privilege to be able to call this work. But let me tell you, sometimes I would rather go to sleep than keep my schedule. Or I would rather, you know, spend more time with my family, finish that movie that I was gonna finish, right? No, I treat it as a job. I think you have to treat it as a job if you want it to grow, because I want it to be my job, right? I have to treat it as my job if I want to grow it to be my job. All right, so we come in. We're gonna put the, can we put the 10 by 10? All right, I think we can put the 10 by 10 on the inside of a loop. And the definition of profession? Yeah, let's go there. Now, it's enjoyable work, for sure. I would be privileged, like I said, I would be privileged to call it work. It's not hard. It's not hard work. Six, 7. But yeah, I think managing a channel, trying to get it to grow, the amount of time that I spend learning how to do shit, like, I mean, think of all the various, I mean, you know, if you stream, the various, you know, technical things you have to learn, right? Audio engineering, video engineering, lighting, bitrate, how to, you know, set all this shit up. I mean, the editing portion. I mean, it's a lot. If you're gonna take it seriously, which I am. Kylo Builds rated you with a party of 40. Welcome. Sorry, I was ranting like usual. We need 12. Welcome. Savage. I am well. We are building out a train locale for 1, 2, 3. We're gonna need one more. For our bauxite, for our aluminum factory. Sort of like an artist job. Yeah, I think people can do what they love and it still be work. I think they're still allowed to call it work. Is that 13? Nope, we got our 12. Okay, that's our start point. Oh no. Playing. I'm doing it for money. That's work. I'm doing it for income. Maybe one day I can do it well enough to support my family. Yeah, it's work. It's a job. It's literally, I'm trying to grow into the point where I've made a job for myself doing this. By definition, it's work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I said, it's not hard work. Like I've been at a construction site, much less, you know, something even more difficult. I never said it was hard work, but it's still a job. 6. I need 3 more. 1, 2, 3. that right? Yes. And then now all I need is the one for the rear caboose. I feel like I'm off by one. That connect? Nope, I'm not off. We got it. Okay, cool. I think we need to get rid of these two trees. Software engineers don't work this hard. I don't know about that. I could make some chat GPT joke. Would the software engineers find it offensive? Trades? Oh yeah, for sure. Would you consider illegal money making jobs too? Would you consider illegal money making jobs? I don't know. I mean, I've never done it, but I watched Breaking Bad. That seemed like work to me. I think it just depends on what your definitions are. I'm gonna be real with you. Anytime that I'm not with my family or asleep, I'm working. Anytime I'm not doing exactly what I want. Now, having said that, so I spend 3 hours a week gaming that is not part of this channel, and it's something I do with my siblings on Monday nights. What should I do at the construction site? I said earlier, my dad was a subcontractor, and we put in doors, door hardware, door closers. Kick plates, like the whole thing, for commercial buildings and schools. Some restaurants, fire stations, stuff like that. And I wonder if this is going to be enough. Who built my house? Who built my house? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I rent it, so it's not even my house. I didn't know him personally. Ooh, can we line it up? Ooh, yeah, can we line it up? Right here, that way we can make it symmetrical. Oh, you dog. No. Why did you? Oh, because I'm farther out? That makes sense. Crap. Can't really make it symmetrical then. All right, hold on. All right, it's not a text. Lame. All right, I guess we're gonna let the symmetricality go. So, Twitch Raiders, what was Kylo up to? Yes, I installed all those door-related things. Door closers, all that stuff, hardware. Yep, used to set the rafters, build the walls, carry them darn shingles up the ladder. Yeah. Oops, what is that? That was an interesting button. I hit Windows tab instead of Alt tab. YouTube is like giving me a million pop-ups telling me to put ads on you guys. Yeah, Vibe Central. I don't know if I responded to your comment, but I agree. All right, let's put in. Oh, he's playing Dune Awakening? Nice. Crap, hit the wrong button. At a certain time, I had plans to play that game, but I got kind of committed to finishing this bad boy. We're going to be making a 10 by 10 balancer next. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the balancer, and then we'll go get the lines of bauxite. YouTube ads going insane. Well, hopefully you guys shouldn't really be getting any YouTube ads right now, because as far as I know, they have not yet automated live stream ads for YouTube. It's not an addictive game much. 85 hours in the last 9 days while working full time. Oh. Being sarcastic. Nice. You're premium, you're above the ads. Yeah, me too, man. I watch way more YouTube than I watch TV or any other streaming service. YouTube Premium was one of the best media purchases I've ever made. I don't have cable. We have some streaming services for basically my wife and kids. I mean, there's some things I like to watch. I like to watch, what did we watch recently that was good? I watched Invincible. I liked Landman, as I talked about earlier. HBO had House of the Dragon. We watched that. My wife likes her British TV shows, so we have that. You have ad block, but it gives you a quick glimpse. Yeah, you shouldn't really have any ads during the live stream, unless I give them to you when I take a break and go to the bathroom. Yeah, Ice Rice. Yeah, you haven't gotten a single one. You shouldn't be. Nobody on YouTube should be getting ads. Twitch gets 3 ads an hour, 3 minutes an hour. And there's nothing really that I can do about that. That's pretty well known. Selling a house and going back to renting would be a really hard decision for me. Do you mind sharing what prompted you to do so? Yeah, the home prices during COVID vastly outstripped the median income, and it is still so. The interest rates are now higher. I believed and still believe that a real estate correction, aka crash, maybe not as bad as 2007, is coming for the United States real estate market. That is not financial advice, but I believed that, and so I sold my house. I needed to get a bigger house anyway. I had a 3-bedroom house with 5 kids, and I didn't have enough room for the kids and the office, and then my master bedroom couldn't fit the office. Anyway, we needed a bigger house, and I thought it was good timing. I thought we were near the top. We weren't. It kept going up, but you know, you're never gonna sell at the top. And I mean, that's really it. I basically flipped my own house. By the way, I've taken that money and invested it and started a business with it. You guys are, I mean, this money that I've invested in this channel is from that. With a that's why it's a job, by the way. I sold my house and invested the money to start a business. This is the business. This is why it's a job. I wanted to build something that I enjoyed doing. You know? Okay, so we've done a 10 by 10 before. $10 to 1 splitter. It's a shoe, bro. And when I sold my house, I was like, God, that was 4 years ago. It's 37. So I figured if I was wrong, then there was time for me to recover from that wrong decision. You know? Hindsight being 2020, should I have not sold my house? Yeah, probably not. But I thought we were heading for an imminent crash. I sold in the summer of 2021, I think. But you know, by the way, I bought in 2012. So, if you know anything about the real estate market, I did fine. It's kind of like it's like buying a stock. It's like, okay, imagine you bought Bitcoin at $5 and then you sold it at like $500. You did crazy good. Should you be happy that you did crazy good with that buy? I live in California, the Savage, 2 hours from the Bay Area. I think we have you beat. Besides, those are in Australian dollars. Those don't count. Would you be happy that you did a good investment, or would you be upset that you didn't hold it for longer? Right? Nobody ever went broke taking profits. Now, there's an argument to be made that you shouldn't be doing that with your house. Maybe. That's the argument that my father would make. And he would not be wrong. But we decided that we were gonna go for it. I don't regret doing it because if I had known everything that I know now, would I do it? No. But I made the best decision that I could with the information that I had. We don't need this much space in front of it. And so I'm not going to regret that. I'm just going to learn from it. Right? I mean, of course, there was a risk that home prices would still go up. Plus, I have some other chickens that have not hatched. Not exactly counting them, but yeah. This looks good. So the selling of the home is only part of the strategy. And like I said, I still did good. I did very good. I went from nothing. So when I graduated high school, college, I've told this story. I was so broke. I was working with my brother when I graduated that we couldn't afford Taco Bell. I was 26. I had an economics degree. It was 2008. Nobody was hiring. Was it 2008? Yes, it was 2008. The job market was absolutely disgusting. The Great Recession was still warming up. I could not get a job. There was a hiring freeze at the government, right? Which is where most economics degrees go for school, for work. There was a hiring freeze. It was I had nothing. My parents, my dad, who worked his entire life, he still works today. There was not some large amount of money to help get me started. I saved for my truck. I saved for a ring for the wife. I bought a beat up Ford Ranger for my first car. I actually lived in, for a year, I lived in the houses that we were flipping. I could pack up and move in one day with 2 truckloads. Well, really a truckload and a carload. My truck and my fiance at the time, my wife now, her car. I lived for 18 months in the houses that we were flipping. Right, the boss's houses, basically. Right, so I went from that, and then I built my own business. I talked my friends and my friends' parents into trusting me with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I took huge risks and I took it on myself we need mergers. We need a shit ton of mergers. And at 25 with a kid and a wife, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I started a business that was super scary. Made enough money to pay the bills and save up for a down payment, and then I bought a house when everybody said, remember in if you don't know, in between, at least in California, between 2008 and 2014-ish, basically the going theory was that buying a house was a scam, right? Because everybody had lost their money in the housing crash. And so I bought a house when everybody said buying a house was stupid. which, by the way, that is a core tenet of investing. Buy when everybody's selling and sell when everybody's buying. Right? And anyway, got enough for down payment, bought the house. In 11 years, the house's value basically doubled, right? And so in the course of those, 15 years of my life, oh, by the way, between flipping houses and buying the house, I had to move into an apartment that didn't take dogs. I had to give my dog to my parents to watch and take care of because I couldn't do that. It was terrible. That was a dog that just passed away, by the way, a couple of months ago, if you were watching the channel at that time. So my point is this: I could be upset with myself for selling my house too early, or I could take the win and be happy that I can afford to take care of my kids, take care of my family. When this whole thing started, I couldn't even afford to buy Taco Bell 15, 20 years ago, right? So, and so I'm happy. You learn from it. You go on to the next thing. And I agree with you, Marcus. Trouble is, the longer the market staggers on, the bigger the crash tends to be when it happens. So one has any margins left to cushion the fall. No one has any margins left to cushion the fall. I agree, which is why I haven't bought a house. I'm still renting. It will be a while till I buy a house. And by the way, that's why I have a hard time being a full-time realtor, because now I helped my brother buy a house recently. Well, it's been a few years now, but it was right when I was selling my house, and I told him, I said, I believe that there's a risk. I just said, I've sold my house. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Nobody does, but just be careful. And he's like, I understand, but I want to buy a house. And he had his reasons. And I said, okay. Oh my God. That's why I have a hard time being a realtor. Because I can convince people of stuff as long as I believe it. It kind of goes back to the whole smiling thing. Like I can only be authentic. Damn it. So I don't mind being a realtor as a side job, because then I don't feel pressured to close, because my mortgage payment, my personal mortgage payment, does not depend on convincing somebody else to close a deal. But if they want to close the deal, I'm happy to help them. So I do probably not even one deal a year. And it's just friends and family, referrals. I don't do any advertising. And I'm happy that way. But yeah, I still believe that a big market and a big real estate crash is coming. Maybe not quite as bad as 2007, but I think that there's some kind of correction coming, and that's why I sold the house. If you have a problem finding a buyer for $1 million, it's not worth $1 million. Yeah, I agree with that. The price is where the supply and the demand lines meet. If you can't find anybody for it, it's not worth it. Whoa, main bedroom? Sorry. That's funny, Ian. I know exactly. I know that I just read this and you typed it a while ago, but I know exactly what that's in response to. Better watch it. Landman was a good show, despite the way it works is weird to me. Ken is the ad abolisher. Even on Twitch, his content is ad free as it can be. I try to. By the way, there will be a time when, or hopefully there'll be a time when I put ads on this, put ads during the live stream. But that would be only when I have grown the channel to the point where, it's my, it is no longer a side hustle. But I do have an editor to pay, you know? Minikin's time is valuable. She just got her first paycheck, by the way. We worked out a profit split. Minikin gets 100% of the money that gets made by YouTube Shorts, which admittedly isn't very much, unless you start getting big numbers. And then she gets 50% of the money, the ad money that comes in from the long forms. And by the way, it's not just the ones that she edited in this last month. It is all of them. Because I figure if she's making new shorts, then those viewers will come in on the shorts and they're likely to watch some of the old shorts that I made. And so I figure she is at least partially responsible for those old shorts continuing to get views. So that's why I figured she just, get them. By the way, we're making a 10 by 10 balancer. I'm doing that because I'm going to be putting in a lot of very different speed or amounts per minute of belts, but I want them to be evened out going into these 10 trains. So when the train arrives, they arrive evenly. That's why I'm building this. Our property 10 years ago, about 200K. Okay. Not making money is good money. You can get your server selling earlier, but there's always a chance of it going the other way. Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically, I locked in profits on my home. I did. That's basically what happened. The real argument against that is, should I not treat that as an investment? Yeah, I mean, that's we can have that conversation. But if I don't feel bad. But I mean, it depends on what I do with the money. If I use the money to make more money, then now if I just use the money to go on vacations, buy expensive cars, then it's not a good move. But if I save it and can, buy at, when the market's significantly lower, be able to buy a bigger house, sure. The real kicker is the fact that I'd have it paid off today. That's what sucks. I mean, again, hindsight's 2020. Looking back, if I could tell my older self, basically, the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. That's what happened to me. By all rights, we should have had a major housing correction across the United States, and especially California, long before now. But you know, if I could tell you this: if I could see the future, I wouldn't be live streaming. I'd be doing other things with that power. Something is only ever worth what someone is willing to pay for it. Yeah, that's even more true. I think that's true in general. I think it's even more true with real estate. You know, money is just an IOU. I have an economics degree, my friend. No, money, it doesn't matter if money is an IOU. Money is how I feed my family. Money is how I have the ability to make sure that my grandfather is comfortable. Money is having the ability to have a car so that my wife can go and teach art, which is what she wants to do with her life. Money is not an IOU. Money is an ability for me to do things that are important to me and take care of things, the people that are important to me. So you can, you know, say what it is, but it's food. It's the ability for my kids to, you know, have a safe place to sleep at night. That's what money is. Money is fuel. It's fuel to do the things that you want to do and need to do. Money does not buy happiness, but it certainly does reduce stress. I know technically it's an IOU, but you're saying that to make the point that money isn't valuable. But it is, because you need it to do things. Now, we can wish that we didn't need it, but you know, wishing don't mean anything. All right, so let's look at the other map. And I gotta stop my ranting here for a second. I gotta figure out what the plan is. Let's do the hard one first. Let's run out here. Right on this peninsula. I'd like to go just straight due east. These will only go down long term with the country. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, I agree. And I do have a big chunk of that money from the house in various ETFs, basically mutual fund ETFs. Go look it up. I don't need to look it up, dude. I know how it works. I told you I have an economics degree. I agree with you. I agree with you in principle. I'm disagreeing with you in practice. I don't need to look it up. What I need to do is figure out how we're going to get all this bauxite to this train station we just built. This one is the pain. I think if we run our blueprint across, we should be fine. That is basically directly east from us. Let's do this. Let's mark it. Can we see that on the map? Ooh, yes. I'm sorry, not east, west. All right, now I'm gonna go south until my mark is lined up exactly on the W point, which looks to be right here. So now, in theory, if we build our... That looks really shitty. I don't like that. Why did those ones do that? I'm gonna delete this. It looks gross. Yeah, you're still doing it. What if we replace you temporarily with not a glass foundation? Is it because you're on a glass foundation? Do you not like that? This is the deal. I said facts. You even admitted it. Well, shut the lights off. Will I survive? I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably not. We'll die without money. Guess I could hunt the wild turkeys that walk around my suburb where I live. Is going on? This is so irritating. Let's try something thicker. I may have to just let this go. I mean, obviously money is an IOU, but money to me is important because it lets me take care of my family. That was the point that I was making, and I am also correct. It is possible for us both to be correct. Let's see. Why the hell is it doing that? Anybody have any idea? The tree? It could be the tree. It could be the tree. We're gonna get rid of that tree. That's as good of an idea. That's better than the idea I had, because I didn't have any idea. Nice call, Savage. Appreciate it. I don't know if I would have thought of that. Nice. I'll fix that. We got to fix the belts, though, with this. Yeah, it's weird that the tree was causing that. Yeah, Banter. Thank you, Banter. And Full of Leave-ins. You guys all said it as well. I saw Savages, but you guys were just as correct. I have been selfishly waiting for the housing market bubble to pop in my area for a couple of years. It's deflating, but not popping. My rent is cheap, and I'm in a good spot. I hope to own property. Yeah, I think you will, and I think patience is the right play. You know, hopefully if you're not too old. Yeah, it must have just been how it was interacting with it. That's the only thing I could think of. All right, let's go back to what I was doing, which was trying to find the right location. And angle. Just lined up. Really close. Really, really close. That's the only other option. Is that too far? Yeah, that's way further. That's way further too far. All right. That's as close as we're going to get. I'll take it. Simrian resubscribed at tier 1. And Death XDVT, thank you for the follow. All right, let's get the new blueprint. Where did I put you? Put you somewhere. There you are. Skybridge. As I watch some guy pretend to build something. Well, feel free to leave. No one's keeping you here. All right, is that gonna work? Some guy. That's okay. I am just some guy. Ray, this may be your chance to be a mod. Ray's gonna get her promotion tonight. Oh my god, really? We're out of ammo too. I'm gonna have to beat him with my pimp cane. Come on, jump. Oh, he's stuck in the trees. Nice. He's bugged. Get it? Dead now. All right, let's see. Here? See you in the wanting lines? Oh, man. Yep. If you're gonna see me in the wanting lines, doesn't that mean you're there too? I don't know, it just seems like you'd be there too, right? Yeah, ticking me off is not what you should be concerned about. It's Ray. All right, this is gonna work here. And then let's go like this. It's all good, man. Hopefully, you know, society doesn't crumble and our money will no longer be no good. Maybe, but if that's true, then I'll just use all the gold and the silver that I bought that I haven't talked about, that there'd be no reason for me to tell you about. So the thing is you really don't know anything about me. So when you sit in the channel and you make comments like that, it's just kind of lame. But I mean, it's fine. But I don't like it there. It's all good. The biggest problem is just, you know, if you start irritating my other viewers, that'll be the bigger problem. I don't mind it. I don't mind talking to people, even people that I disagree with. I actually really enjoy talking to people that I disagree with. Can we live with this? I really hate the pink forest. Can we just ignore him and maybe he'll go away? I'm talking about the spider, by the way. I'm not talking about a viewer. I'm talking about the spider. I mean, he's not really gonna hurt us. He's just kind of annoying. He'll only hurt us if we let him hurt us. Fairly speaking, I'm getting more and more apprehensive of playing games lately. And like you, I don't make money on that, and spending time the way it feels more iffy for me. Well, yeah, and that's totally fair. I think that, you know, I mean, I went almost 4 years. I didn't play a single game, and I've played video games my entire life. And I use it as a way to relax. I use them as a way to challenge my brain. But you know, I had to buckle down, and I drove Lyft, and we needed some money, and then I wanted to invest, and so I didn't do anything for almost 4 years. You know, it just depends on where you're at in life and what's going on. And you know, if I'd have chosen, so my wife and I sat down in 2023, I think, like January 2023. Oh yeah, well, it was the year I started this channel. No, it was the year before, in 2022. January 2022, my wife and I sat down, and we said, look, we're gonna start a business. And so, you know, over the course of a couple weeks, are we out of iron plate? Over the course of a couple weeks, we determined that we came up with a bunch of different ideas, and we ended up going with a business plan around her art, selling her art, teaching, a YouTube channel for her art, and that's why I got the camera that you guys are watching me at right now. We spent $20,000 buying equipment for the channel, and I bought a class for editing, all this stuff, right? And we went all in on trying to build her site and kind of progress that out. In the course of doing that, we found two things. It's really hard to break into YouTube art channels, but also she didn't like doing that. I actually started this channel so that I could put more YouTube videos out, so I could learn more about how YouTube worked, because the time between videos that we would get out for her was, you know, one a month, if that. And so channel growth just wasn't there. And then I kind of started this channel as like all right, let's see what I can do. And I wanted to play some Satisfactory. I figured, you know, let's give it a try. And within like 6 weeks, I was monetized. Right? And then we were like, okay, well, let's do a shift. And so she shifted to more teaching, and that's why she started teaching at last year. She started teaching at a it's basically like a an art school. It's not just art, but it's a place that people can send their kids to that are homeschooled to get extracurricular like activity stuff. Like they do PE there. They do photography and art, kind of those elective things that homeschooled kids wouldn't normally get to do. My wife is a teacher there, and she teaches drawing and art, and watercolor and photography. And so, you know, she wanted to do that. It's not a ton of money. She's not a certified teacher, but she's not doing it for the money, you know. But we basically pretty much retired her channel, and so that she could focus on painting what she wants to paint. And then I focused on this channel, right? And so we started the business. That's why my business address, if you want to send anything to me, it has to be made out to my wife's business name, because we put my channel under that business because we already had it like in place, you know. The point though is that I wouldn't really be playing this many games at all, because and there was a time when I had to stop playing, but then the time came back where I could play. So your life ebbs and flows, and you know, sometimes you got to yeah, I mean, it also depends. Like, you know, can you play in a responsible way? There were times in my life where I was not playing responsibly, you know, and it was, you know, taking up parts of my life that it shouldn't have taken up, for sure. But most people find ways to relax, or have ways to relax. I don't really watch TV. I watch a half an hour. Basically, when we eat dinner, we watch a half an hour to an hour of something, because I have the deal where it's really hard for me to hear people chew, and so I basically have to have the TV on when I eat. Personal flaw. But that's pretty much it. I mean, I guess sometimes if we're really enjoying a show, we'll watch more, but in video games is how I relax. And I think everybody deserves, you know, I work a lot of hours, and before this channel, I always have like side businesses going and stuff. And so I think everybody, you know, that you have to have some time in which you don't work. You know, if that's video games for you, then awesome. If you feel like that it shouldn't be, then that's good too, you know. Your life doesn't ebb and flow, it creaks and cracks. Yeah. Ray is a proud owner of one of my wife's pieces. Ray bought that piece actually, where's my power? Oh, there it is. That piece actually won Best in Show at a county fair. Actually, it was two counties. They have a combined fair, the two counties. And that piece of art won first place. She's trying to get into the state fair next year. She's actually joining a competition. The state fair is in about 3 weeks. She's joining a competition to a plein air competition at the fair, which actually has a pretty substantial prize money. Too bad auto connect blueprints don't connect the power to. Yeah, I hear you. But that would be a little bit. that could get a little funky. Like if you had more than one, what do we think is clogging it? Let's just take one of everything. I wonder if my thing is being clogged. Well, it's definitely not some of these. Or maybe it's not clogged. Definitely seems like we're only getting 240 a minute, doesn't it? I don't think we're getting 780. And I don't want to go up there just to look. Yeah, it's not like belts, so it's clear which way to connect. Yeah, you'd have to have some sort of guardrails in, for lack of a better word. Man, this kind of sucks. What if we take a break, we let our iron plates rebuild, and we pick up some of these offshoots that we have to build? Let's do that so we're not sitting here waiting. Pick up this one. So I have a story that's totally not at all related to the interaction that's been happening for the last 2 hours in chat. Not at all. When I was in college, I was pretty decent friends with these two gals. And they're very smart. They're both in the nursing program. Very, very smart. Very driven. I have a lot of respect. I still have a lot of respect. One of them went into the military. She retired as a captain in the Air Force. And as I tell this story, don't forget, you know, nobody is the same people they were in college, right? Well, these two girls, they were best friends with each other, and they were in the friend group. And they took it upon themselves. Like I have a certain, like I know what I am. I kind of knew what I was in college. I know what I am now. I don't do what other people want me to do on purpose. I'm contrarian. Absolutely I am. I need to look at this map for a second. 1, 2, 3. Let's go second here. Well, these, and by the way, I saw myself actually being in a long-term relationship with one of them at a certain point, right? So they were good friends, but at a certain point, they took it upon themselves to put me in my place. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why people are like that. I mean, I know, I get it. I pretty much do what I think is right and what I want. I don't do I don't validate people's feelings. You know, I just don't. I don't know. If I think and say that somebody's doing a good job, then I do. You know. I don't manipulate. Manipulate's a strong word, but you know what I mean? Like, a lot of times we, as human beings, adjust our actions based on the people that are around us, and that's not necessarily negative, right? I think it's really important. Now, as I've gotten older, I've been a lot better about this, and I you know, sometimes it's not appropriate to say certain things at certain times. I was not very good at that. But yeah, I mean, I would just say what I would think, and these girls, they thought that it was somehow their responsibility to, you know, put me in my place. I don't think it worked. I think they failed. And I got a little bit of that feeling tonight. The smile thing was a little bit weird, and I'm not gonna agree to something if I don't agree to it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think that's unreasonable. Maybe it is. Oh, we're almost there. Come on. Story time. Yeah, I have a lot of stories about that, about those two. One of them I consider still a good friend. We don't really have a chance to talk. She's the captain, or retired captain in the Air Force. I went to her wedding. I was very good friends with her brother. I worked for her dad. Little odd jobs. No. But yeah, I don't know, man. I can tell you this, there is a huge amount of people in my family that have no idea why I'm spending so much time streaming. They don't get it. You know, they think I'm wasting my time. They think it's just an excuse for me to play video games, which that's actually a little bit true. I do want to do something that I find fun. But like, if I cared about like what people said like that, I wouldn't even have this channel. You know, I wouldn't have gotten married. My wife wouldn't have gotten married to me. I wouldn't have had 5 kids. So I don't know. You can't live your life like that. But there probably is a point where I probably could have been less abrasive about certain things. I can tell you what, I would have probably been like totally charged up. It's funny we had that conversation we had today, Mikey, about, you know, channel growth and kind of challenges that I may see as the channel gets bigger with, you know, just interacting with a larger group of people. And then we had an interesting interaction that you missed, but it wasn't like fireworks or anything. It was just kind of like, it's all good. I hope he comes back. Do we go up? Or should we go through? How bad is this gonna look if we go through? Ooh, it won't look too bad. I don't know, it kind of looks bad. What do you guys think? If we go up, it'll be really drastic. I don't have a go up a little. I have a go up a lot. I'm kind of just want to use it. I started with that excuse for playing video games. Hey, we all do what we must. I won't judge you. All right, Mikey, I see your super chat and I haven't read it yet. I wanted to finish getting my thought out. I've always played video games, but nowhere as much as to do now. I was at Adrenaline Junkie, but after my body got ruined in the Marine Corps, video games really helped me escape reality. I think that that's true for a lot of people. I mean, and by the way, it doesn't have to be video games. It could be movies. It could be alcohol. It could be drugs. It could be partying. I mean, it could be reading books. You know? Now, we're kind of self-selected here, right? We're watching anybody who's listening to me. I mean, we're playing, you know, so it's a YouTube channel on video game playing. So we're kind of a self-selected audience a little bit, where we all kind of consider at least somewhat video games to be okay. But I just don't see the difference. So I'm kind of arguing with a ghost here, because I don't think anybody has the opinion, but we all know people that have the opinion that video games are a waste of your life. Well, the same people that get on me, where are we exactly, about the fact that I spend time with video games, spend all their time watching things like Temptation Island and like, you know, Survivor and you know, and soap operas, which is fine. But to me, that just means we use different things as a form of relaxation. So if you get to watch TV, I get to play video games, you know? I think that's fair. Ooh, curvy. Let's scout this out. I don't exactly remember where. Oh, it's right there. Okay, cool. Cool. Or my favorite is when I'm told that I have an addictive personality. An addictive personality? You mean I like doing what I like doing? Doesn't everybody? No, when somebody says that I have an addictive personality, that just means that they don't approve of what I'm choosing to spend my time doing. That's what that's code for. And I've had people tell me I work too much. You know, when I was driving Lyft, I was spending an incredible amount of time driving Lyft because I knew that wouldn't last, and I wanted to get the money while the money was good. And by the way, it didn't last. You know, I had a ton of people telling me, you know, money is an IOU. Or a different version of that, right? Same thing. Money's not that important. Okay, well. When shit hits the fan in life, I'm going to be able to have something set aside. Oh my gosh, we're out of fuse modular frames. We're making the factory to make fuse modular frames. This is why we're sending the bauxite, but we don't have it on yet. All right, are we gonna let's get naughty. You guys want to get naughty? When I was in college and still living at home, people used to ask my mom if they were okay, if she was okay with me playing so many video games. She said, at the time I was playing Call of Duty, me and my brother, we played Call of Duty, like that's all we did. I also played MMOs too, but we were playing a lot of Call of Duty. And she said, A, my son is not out partying. I know where he is. Did we buy that? Did I buy that? Sorry, I was telling stories. He's in his room. He could be out drinking. He's not. I'll call that a win, basically. And she said, number 2, there we go.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
And she said, additionally, men want 2 things in life, are good at 2 things: making war and making babies. And he's in there playing Call of Duty, making war, and he's not out making babies. I call that a win. Yeah, usually when people say that you have an addictive personality, it just means that you like doing things that they disapprove of. But their things that they do is totally okay. Totally fine. And it doesn't really matter. In my case, it's, you know, it's somebody disapproves of me working hard. I work so hard. You spend more time with your family. You should get more sleep. It doesn't matter. You can't please everybody. The only person that I care about pleasing is my wife. The rest of you guys can pound sand. Ken says he does not do what others tell him to do. I have to disagree. Watch, Ken. I made you look. See, real easy. I delayed for a long time, Mikey. I delayed that for a long time. Friend zoned? Oh, I was hard friend zoned. Oh man, I bought her. So I was riding a motorcycle at the time. Yes. I rode a Ninja 500. All right, Marcus, you said that. Sorry, I wasn't reading chat for way too long. I apologize. I rode a Ninja 500. I bought her. I didn't have a lot of money in college. I bought her a riding jacket. She had a helmet. I bought her a riding jacket and some gloves so that we could go riding. I was hard friend zoned. Found out later she sold the jacket. It's fine. That was not the one that whose dad I worked for. That was her friend. The one that was the captain in the actually, that was funny. Her and I would have not gotten along. We were way too analytical. We sat down, we had a conversation. We were like, do you think that we should go out? And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, yeah, I don't know either. And she's like, we probably shouldn't. And I was like, you know what? You're right. We probably shouldn't. And that was basically it. like we literally had a conversation like that. Should we do this? Nah. Yeah, you're probably right. But yeah, she's cool. Oh, it was probably never gonna happen. But what do I need? I need this button. It was the friend, the other friend. That one's good. Okay, 400. Oh, he's over there. All right, we need to do a mini sky bridge. Did I do a separate sky bridge? You older. Hi all. Sorry, Dad Gaming. I can't remember what the context was for that question. Was I older? Was I older than them? Is that, we were all about the same age. If you're asking if I was older than them at the time, we were all the same age. Like almost exactly. I might have been, now that I think about it, I think I was 2 years older than them. Leo, I'd love to hear more stories about your house flipping. Oh, I could tell stories about that. If you guys ask for stories, I will give them. I don't think it's weird. I think it wasn't. Being forced to smile on command is not normal. I smiled. I'm the same way. In training situation, I've made people feel bad. I acknowledge your progress, but I was critical and they shut down, like I kicked them. Yeah, so I was a coach, and that's helped me a lot. I coached wrestling. Now, coaching wrestling is different from leading a team in corporate America. I work for a tiny company, but it feels like an office, you know? I've had to be more careful with my training. When I didn't like what the kids were doing when I was wrestling coach, I just made them do push-ups till they shut up. Yeah, Ninja 500. Yeah, it was a little small for me. I wasn't as big as I am now, but I wasn't small. Yeah, go down. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it for now. If it really bugs me, I'll change it. But today, I'm not thinking that I'm gonna worry about it. Where's that bauxite? Is that it? We're kind of taking our time today, which I don't regret. But I'm not 100% sure we're turning on the factory now. What if we just do this? I mean, maybe. Let's do the other one. I just get frustrated when people are super pessimistic or they think they're so much better than others because they're prepared for the worst and no one else ever is. Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people make weird assumptions. Like they know everything there is to know about me, even though they've like just joined the channel. It's super weird. I don't get it. I mean, he doesn't know how prepared I am for whatever thing he thinks is coming. And I wouldn't, you know, what am I going to do? Be like, between my father-in-law and I, we have several $1,000s of silver. No. Whether it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not going to do that. It's weird. Or, you know, the fact that as a Californian, let's just say I have the tools required in my house to go hunting. Why am I going to talk about that on the channel? So like, if you're going to say like something weird, like he'll see me in the wanting line or whatever it is. Oh, did I mess that up? Yeah, oh no, who did I mess up? Oh, this whole thing is, wait. Right here. Oh. Anyway, the whole thing's weird. I'm not gonna worry about it. Here we go. But the assumption is weird, you know? And by the way, if somebody were to ask me like my opinion on something, or if I've done this or I've done that, chances are I'd probably tell. I don't really, hide anything on purpose. I probably should not say as much as I do about stuff. Probably. But like, if anybody wanted to ask me, I'd have no problem telling. But I don't know, it just seemed like there was an axe to grind. It was starting to get a little intense there at the end, and I was thinking about doing something, but he left. It's fine. Maybe he's having a bad day. I don't know. People have bad days. I've had shitty days. Maybe the poor guy's just having a bad day. You know? Nothing he said bothered me. Actually, I found 90% of the conversation pretty interesting, to be honest with you. And I do kind of remember him from a couple months ago, but it's all good. My power. It's way back here. I don't know. It was starting to get disruptive, but I don't think it got there. I just try to be myself. People hate me. Others will love me. I do tend to people have an extreme reaction with me. Either people are like super loyal and like I have friends for life, or people are like, I hate that guy. I had somebody try to get me fired at work. They made false reports of a harassment, specifically to get me fired. It was during COVID. Come on. Go. After knowing that I had a family, they made it their mission. Again, another person putting me in my place to get me fired at the place I currently work, by the way. What if we do this? That is an interesting story. That is one that I would actually be, you know, and I actually, to be quite frank, don't call me Frank, I am probably still somewhat bitter about that situation. There's a lot. That is like an hour-long story, by the way. Oh, we should actually like finish hooking this up for realsies. Hey, rude. I'm so far behind on chat. Ian, the psychology issue, and I just don't have it. Some people resounded well and some didn't. Responded well. Yeah, I've tried hard to be more gentle. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a sensitive is not the right word. I have a wife. I am married to somebody, and it's very important to me that I don't accidentally say something that hurts her feelings. Does that make sense? I wouldn't call her sensitive, but at the same time, I'm probably the only person capable in the world of saying something that would truly hurt her, right? Having that is one of the things that has helped train me to teach more gently and to interact with people more gently, but also I got 5 kids and 4 of them are girls, and I'm a little I was pretty tough on oh my god, it's wrong again. I was pretty tough on Minikin, but I don't know. And I think me or anybody can learn how to, I can always be better, right? I can always learn how to teach better. But really it's effectiveness, right? Like if the way I'm teaching upsets somebody, well then they're not learning. The whole point of what I'm trying to do is help somebody learn, whether it's one of my children, a coworker, you know, whatever, right? So if I'm destroying my own effectiveness, I think we can go one more and then we can go down, by basically not, you know, by being a jerk about it. Well then I'm not, that's me shooting myself in the foot. Now I can say that I try to do that, and I do try to do that, but I will often still fail. Especially with my coworkers. All right, decline. Some of them. Some of them. What in the ass? Oh, I guess this is an incline, because we have to view it from the correct direction. Okay, that makes sense. But that's how I kind of look at it. Like, if my whole goal is to accomplish something through teaching, then if somebody's upset, then I mean that's on me, because I'm the one teaching. But even though I can recognize often that I'm screwing up, sometimes it's hard to fix it. All right. Video games is meant to waste your time, but that goes with every hobby. We are all gonna die in time. Might as well waste your time doing what you enjoy. Well, yeah, if it relaxes you, I think there's an argument to be made that it's not a waste. Yeah, exactly, Mikey. You just said it right after I said that. I certainly approve of you doing what you're doing now, otherwise not be watching. Well, good. Ken is getting naughty, shirtless Ken. Here we go. Oh yeah, that'll really bring the viewers in. Brony nipples. I never tried uploading tickets. Good to know. Oh yeah, definitely. Your mom doesn't want grandbabies? Well, she didn't want them when I was 19. She didn't want them when I was 19. And trust me, I wasn't ready for them when I was 19. I probably wasn't ready for them when I actually had them at 25. Shit, I'm probably still not ready for the ones I have at 41. But I was sure as shit not ready at 19. I'm so far behind in chat. I get to everybody, but it takes a while. I have an addictive personality. I find a thing and I latch onto it. It impacts my life and my relationships. I seek it out. I crave it. You are just driven. No, I fought that. I fought that, Ian. I become hyper-focused on things really easily. Yeah. Ninja 500, cool. Yeah. Speaking of war, I think war is an essential aspect of humanity. I feel as though some of the most important technological advancement came from the advent of war. Well, I don't know if I would say it's important. I would say it's secondary. I would say its primary effect sucks. You would know that more than me. I would say its secondary effect is can result in what you talked about. Yeah. Well, it does. It often does, right? I don't know. I can't really speak on that. I have never... All I can say is I hope we don't have to, but I'm always afraid that we will one day. Oh, we can do better than that. Oh, for the best, plan for the worst, kind of a view. No! You really messed up. All right, we didn't mess up that bad because we have this. You need to move the electrical down. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm screwed. I had no health and then the spiders were there. I don't know how I didn't die. Like, how in the world did I not die? Because I took more fall damage immediately. Full of lead-ins. You're not going to be back here once it's working. I agree. Who's that guy you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah, he was looking to argue with someone. I agree. Have I ever shot an AR-15? Me? No. I have shot other things. I wouldn't mind shooting one of those, but I've never shot an AR-15. All right, Ray, it's a deal. Telling that story. Hey, Ray wants to be a mod. Ray would make a great mod. You just I'm tiptoeing around the girls in the house? No. He should be. My son's a little wild man. I understand that there's a fine line between home and work life. This is a gentleness that comes with age. In my factory setting, I was a bit harsh, but it also sifted out the bad ones. Yeah, it also depends on the job. My goal is always to teach. Some people just wanted a paycheck, right? Especially like if it's a safety issue. Like if someone's gonna get hurt, if employee A continues to F up, I would probably not be as gentle as I am when I'm trying to explain to somebody how to do an Excel sheet correctly. You know what I mean? Those two things aren't necessarily equal. In a factory setting, and I get it. Like if my son is doing something that would hurt his sisters, you can guarantee you shit's going down. Right? Can we not make the same mistake again, please? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pure building beauty. No, he doesn't. Sometimes I wish he would, but no, he's fine. He's his father's son. I'll jump after him hard. Like his mom will tell him to clean his room. He'll cop an attitude. Dad comes in, lays down the law. He is sufficiently contrite for about 2 minutes, and he's back at it. He is. My mom has told me he's the son that I deserve after putting her through what I put her through. He's 6. The big challenge is to direct it. You know what I mean? I have to direct what he has. We have to stop making the same mistakes, stupid. Appropriately, right? That's the challenge. Actually, he's going to be old enough to start wrestling very soon, this year, I think. And I know all those guys. I coached them. They were coaches with me, or some of them I actually competed against in my local wrestling program. So it's a perfect place for him to go and get some of that wild boy energy out. Boys need sports. My wife always said she didn't really understand sports until we had our son. Not really. Some boys. Every child is different. I have a daughter that needs to be in sports. That is a generalization. But a generalization is generally true, but not always true. That's why it's a generalization. Okay. What are we doing? Putting this in. All right. Yeah, it was a scheduled gravity test, and it still works. I'm one of the primary teachers for stuff at work. I may not be able to speak really eloquently, but I have more patience than the rest of the managers. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why you're valuable to them. Like, it is. I do better. Sounds really terrible to say, but I'm a much better teacher when I have confidence that the person that I'm teaching isn't wasting my time. I have a lot more patience when I'm confident that the person that I'm teaching isn't wasting my time. I'm infinitely more patient with my children than I am with my coworkers. Again, especially if I think my coworkers aren't going to be my coworkers in a year. Safety is my big issue with people in my line of work. You get some people who just lack any. Oh, dude. So my company, for better or for worse, hires right out of college. This is not, I'm not saying it's a generational thing. About half of them, okay, a third of them, perfectly intelligent, situational aware people, right out of college. Have no problems with them. They work hard. They're young. They need to learn, but they work hard. No problems. Some of these people, some of them gals, some of them guys, probably more of them guys. I wouldn't work on a construction site with them. I'm like, I told you 3 times how to do this very simple thing in Excel. You would kill me if I would not trust you with my life. I would die. I don't trust you with my Excel sheet. I could never trust you with my life. No, I get it, man. That's a tough one. Did I say I was going to tell another story? All right, where's the rest of our things that we need? Which ones did we do? We did the hard ones. We did that one, and that one, and that one. We were gonna do 8. We have to do this one, this one, this one, and this one. And honestly, I think we're gonna just, we gonna ugly belt? I think we are. I think we're gonna ugly belt through the Red Forest, and it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Every little thing is gonna be all right. There's our floor holes. You can go a little further. One, two, three, four. Yeah, I can't imagine being responsible for training where, you know, safety was at risk. Like, I just want you to freaking sort the, you know, have good data management. That's all I want. All right. Yeah. Well, Rough, you're, from what I understand from your job, I mean, top 10 most dangerous jobs in you know, the modern world, probably. You know, top 20, top 10, top 20, probably, right? I don't know. Ray, did I promise a story? I can't remember. Oh, I did promise more stories about house flipping. We could do that. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. I need to take my 90 seconds for the evening. I have to use a restroom. But we're gonna do what we've been doing lately, and I'm gonna set up a very quick thought I turned that off. Very quick, fun. Screensaver for everybody. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Believe it or not, straight to jail. All right, guys, I use the restroom. 2 minutes. I'll be right back, and we will keep on keeping on. Don't go anywhere. I mean, you can if you want to. right, we're back. A lot of belts. Like 10. Well, okay. 10 times a lot. Camera back up. Camera's up. Good. All right, we're rolling. Believe it or not, safety is a big thing around work too. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Ray, I was going to ask you. I watched Joshua Weissman on YouTube. Do you watch him? You tried to make a belt out of watches once. It turned out to be a waste of time. Do you think I can ban Mikey? I didn't ban the other guy, but can we ban Mikey? Yeah, somewhere up there, danger. Thankfully, I haven't seen anyone die or get seriously injured while I was on the job. That's good. It's good. Oh, I was gonna tell that story, maybe not tonight, of when that gal tried to get me fired by submitting false reports about harassment. Maybe not tonight, but I will one day. Okay, so Ray, he just put out a video where he's a internet, or he's a YouTube cook. Let's see if we can talk and do what needs to be done here. He's an internet cook. But he's been doing more than cooking lately. He's been doing a lot of like trying fast foods and different food related things, not necessarily cooking. So he just did a video where he got trained. Now he is a trained chef, but he did a video where he went to work for fast food. And so they did the whole video where it was a Jollibee. Anyway, the guy training him, it just made me think of you and your job. I think you would find the video interesting. But yeah, it's Joshua Weissman, and the video is something like, I worked in fast food, for a day or something like that. Very, very YouTube title-y thing. All right, where are we going? All right, let's get the close one first. Did have a roughneck hit my hand with a sledgehammer once while hammering up bolts, busted it up good. Ugh. I've had a decent amount of injuries in my life. Almost died in early 2023 from an infection that the doctors are still not 100% sure how I got. It settled in my leg. That was before I started my channel. That was about 4 months before I started my channel. Man, we need some fused modular frames up in here. I went down on my motorcycle in college. Almost died there. My hand. So here you go, you guys. A little hard to see. It's pretty well healed. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this. I'm not flipping you off, but I've got scars on the middle finger. See the light there? So scars right here, scars right there, and the big scar right there. And you can kind of see how my knuckle doesn't work right. That is because I went down on my motorcycle. But the knuckle specifically, clutch of motorcycle. Where's a good picture? Right here. So you see how this clutch is curved? Right? It matches the grip of your hand. Well, I had my hand. Now, I was wearing armored gloves. More armored than this guy has. Like they had hard plastic built into the fingers. I mean, they weren't armored, but you know what I mean. The back of the truck that I hit the clutch, the end of it. And so it closed the clutch and crushed it on my the hand that was closed around. So basically blew up my middle finger. Damaged the other two as well. I don't wear a wedding ring. I'm single, ladies. Ladies. There's no wedding ring. It basically hurts my hand to wear a wedding ring. I can't wear it on my ring finger because of it. I was gonna ride again. I had planned on riding again. I knew it was not a it wasn't a surprise. I knew. I believe there are two kinds of motorcycle riders: those that have gone down and those that will go down. I believe that then, long before I got in the accident. The reason that I did not continue to ride was by the time I was healed up, I was getting ready to get married. And at that point, my life was no longer my own. When I was in college, I wanted to ride a motorcycle, and I knew that there was a real possibility that it would kill me. And I was okay with it because that's what I wanted to do. As soon as I got married, and especially when I had a kid, my life no longer became my own to do with whatever I wanted, and so I didn't get a motorcycle. Maybe when all my kids are gone, maybe I ride again. One last ride. But not until then. Of course, then I'll have grandkids probably, right? But they'll be somebody else's responsibility. Summer sloop. Went down twice. I went down on the freeway during rush hour, going about 50 miles an hour. The injury of me going down was really nothing compared to the impact. That was the hand. The hand was the worst thing. I had road rash and stuff on my sides. No other real injuries except for my hand. I got really lucky. I remember specifically thinking like, oh, today's the day. Do I die? It's today. Today's the day I crash. Is today the day that I die? I actually watching a, you know what popped into my head was those motorcycle racers that roll, like because I would watch YouTube videos of like motorcycle races and stuff, and that actually popped in my head. I pulled my hands in. I did roll, and I remember thinking at one point like, oh, I'm still alive. I'm gonna be fine as long as nobody runs me over, right? Because I was on the freeway. It turns out that I landed on the hood. I don't remember landing on the hood of the car, but the guy was a Vietnam field medic, right? He was like 75, like wiry and like, you know, like hardcore, you know what I mean? Like, dude's badass. He's probably the reason that I still have I was probably never at risk of losing my hand, but my finger for sure, and maybe enough blood. So I'm crashed. I don't remember taking my glove off, but it was off. I'm sitting on the side of the road. This guy's helping me. He's got his hand, like his 4 fingers, like in my artery like this, right? Because I was fire hosing it. I was a living fire hose. But he stopped that, and they called the ambulance and everything. But it was really just my hand. I got super lucky. Super, super lucky. Where am I going? My parents, I was still living at home, of course. My parents weren't exactly thrilled with me riding a motorcycle, but we're like, well, be aware of the consequences, Anyway, I remember them telling the story. It was really early in the morning. I was on the way to summer school at Sacramento State University. And I didn't pass that class. That was a women's studies class. So maybe I would have turned out different if I didn't, you never know, maybe if that car accident didn't happen, I'd be a different man today. So my mom was still I think my mom was still in bed. My dad was working on his computer, and that's an interesting thing. And he answered the phone and he said, "What hospital are they taking him to?" And my mom said, she just got out of bed, started getting dressed. And they're like, well, but they were, they knew that, just the fact that, they called from my phone. That was the other thing, right? The caller ID had my phone number. And so my parents knew, okay, well, he's awake enough to tell them, about the phone number, basically, right? And then I remember them getting there, and of course they have me strapped down to because they don't know if I have any neck fractures or whatever. And so my mom gets there. Where am I going? She walks in, and the first thing that I say is I say, where am I? Oh, am I going over here? 2, 3, 4. Hold on. We gotta pause the story. I gotta actually think. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got those. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7. Okay. Wait. Yeah, let's go down south and grab this boy here. Anyway, she says, she walked in and the first thing out of my mouth was, "They're gonna make it my fault." I was worried about culpability and stuff. The guy in front of me slammed on his brakes, and I went to go around him, whoop, but he slammed on his brakes to get over. And so right when I went to try to get around him, he got over and I ran into the back of him. Was it my fault looking back as an adult? I never saw brake lights. I always maintained that his brake lights were out. Was that me coping with the fact that it was probably my fault? I don't know, maybe. Maybe it was my fault. I definitely hit him. Do I need to be going? I don't understand. Where is this damn thing? Is it right there? Am I too far? Yeah, I guess I'm just too far. So south and a little east. Anyway, my mom said as soon as I said, and she's of course seeing me strapped to like this table, right? But she said as soon as I heard me like worrying about, you know, whose fault it was. She's like, I knew that my son was still my son. Like, it wasn't like brain damage or whatever. She's like, maybe he never walks again, but I knew he was still him, you know? We gotta make a hard right. And then they gave me, as probably a 21-year-old, basically as much Vicodin as I wanted. Bad move. I wasn't horribly irresponsible with it, but I was kind of irresponsible with it. I mean, they're a lot more careful about that now with, you know, opioids and stuff. But I did the whole, I was crushing that up, putting it in milk, and like I was doing the whole thing. But my hand hurt. I had 3 surgeries on my hand. At one point, I just wanted him to chop it off my finger. I was done dealing with it. But I'm glad I didn't. Actually, video games for a long time was the physical therapy to get my hand back in shape. For 3 years, I couldn't actually close my fist, so I couldn't do this. I was perpetually flipping off everybody. Well, look, in my estimation, I was always going to crash somehow. That was a good way to crash because I walked away. I didn't walk away, but I walked away later. Oh my gosh, I'll never forget. We made a joke about it like for years and years and years. When the EMTs got there, got me onto like the stretcher and stuff, I heard him go, yeah, this is gonna be a 4-man lift. And I was like, oh. I think I'd be a 6-man lift today. I was probably 250. Where are we going? Can we get our bauxite, please? We're basically routing almost all the bauxite in the map. Dude, I don't trust that it's there. Oh, it is there. Okay, it's a little bit to the... Okay, it's right there. All right, all right, all right. I'm like, oh, I'm a 4-man lift. Oh, and then, so the hospital that I was taken to was not the hospital for which I had insurance. And so we had to, we took when they kind of transferred me, we ended up taking the file from the hospital that treated me in the emergency situation to the hospital, to my regular hospital, right? And so we ended up taking the file folder, and so we read it. This sucks. Trying to tell a story. Trying to build a belt. Making it really difficult, guys. Anyway, the first line said, well-nourished, well-developed male. And so basically my mom called me well-nourished, well-developed for many years. Oh, flipping house stories, not flipping bike stories. Sorry. I'll tell a house flipping story. All right. We're done with the motorcycle injury story. House flipping, huh? All right, so we got some options. Now remember, I worked for myself, but I also worked for a pretty large group with a decent amount of money. So I saw some stuff. So we can talk about like nastiest stuff. We can talk about like, you know, the most money I made on a deal, the least amount of money I made on a deal, the craziest stuff that I've seen. Where are you? You're right there. We're almost there. So what do you want? What do you want? Yeah, you just held on and prayed. I mean, I didn't have anything to hold on to. I flopped and rolled and prayed. I flopped around like a dead fish and prayed. 280 to 240 in past year for me. So I get it. Being carried by 6 is not exactly the dream. I know. Oh, the weight. Yeah. Well, I'm down. I've lost 20 pounds since June 1st. 20 pounds the first month. I was hoping for more, but you know, I'm not going to be upset about it. I've done a good amount of fasting. I again wanted to do more, and I will get back to doing more soon. But yeah, I mean, I think pretty successful first month. I've lost the weight before. It's actually not really, I'm not really worried about losing the weight, to be honest. Because I've done it. I'm worried about keeping it off. That's what I don't really know how to do. Oh. So you guys will have to help me with that when I get down to the weight I want, right? But I'll get there. I don't know if I can lose another 20 next month. If I could lose like 15, I think that would be really good. All right, another one done. I need to I have my strategies down. I've the fasting has been incorporated. I've got some stupid injuries that, well, I'll be honest with you guys, I haven't been walking or working out because I've been lazy. I got it. Yes, there's some stupid injuries, but that's been the excuse. So I'm gonna try to add that in July. That's the goal. Probably the walking. Probably add the walking in July, and then I'll add the working out maybe in August. Right? I'm trying to not do it all at once. I'm trying to like get into a sustainable place. I will tell you the food that I'm eating is very good in terms of like, you know, not bad food. So I'm happy with that. That's been good. All right, what's next? There's one like right here. Or did we already get that one? I think we got those two. All right, let's count our inputs. We should have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do. All right, sir. You know, I don't want to fight you. He's just like consistently throwing up on me. Like one of my children. It's a little high. Dude, he's like rapid firing.
If I had been in charge during humanity's evolutionary process, I would have done something about your more stupid tendencies.
Figures. That's what I get. Not only did I die, I get shit talked. I have nuts in my hand. Very, very convenient. I know I got outplayed. Dude, that guy was firing like rapid fire. What was up with that? And then he gave me the haymaker. He hit me with the flex. Miss you, city. There's no animals in you that want to kill me. Wow, I've never seen you die. Yeah, it's pretty rare. Mostly because I'm in the freaking city. I'm pretty far from my crate. My aiming was not good. Target of opportunity. Let's get out of here. Is that a 1.0? There's no way they changed nodes in 1.1. Right? It would be all over the place, people talking about it. Right? I mean, let's be real. Just because I haven't heard about it must mean that there were no changes. I'm kidding, by the way. I guess no. Okay, I'm trying. Okay. All right. I'm trying the stories. All right, what were we going to talk about? Tell us about the people who thought buying a house from a 25-year-old was a good idea. Well, oh, you mean the people that I was flipping to? Or like my investors. You are really pissing me off, sir. Bro's gonna take me down. He had one hit left. Flipping shoe? Well, so I mean, we sold it on the open market, right? I mean, we would fix it up and then I would usually be the realtor of my own house. So so people had the protection of the normal real estate process. You know, I would say they didn't know it was a 25-year-old. I had a company name. You know what I mean? So like, I had legitimacy. Plus I was a licensed realtor, right? And that comes with, some protections on their part for sure. But let's see. Let's think of a good one here. So worst deal I ever did. I almost lost money on it. It was in a small town. Actually, my brother lives in that small town now. And it was already tight. Probably shouldn't have really done it. Where are we going? We need to scooch a little directly east after we get past this bro. And I really had two problems with that house. The first one was when I went to sell it, I got hit by an appraisal, like a low appraisal. So somebody wanted to pay X amount of dollars. The appraiser said, no, we think it's only worth this. Which wasn't really true. The market was going up at that point. Is there two of them? So that cut like, I don't know, 15 grand right off the top. I think it low appraised by 15 grand. Dude, I can't deal with this. But the real problem was my contractor had just finished putting in where's the bauxite over here? New carpet and new drywall. Okay, it's directly east. And it was Christmas. It was over Christmas. It was like Christmas Eve. I go check out the house, and I used the upstairs restroom. Not anybody else. It was me. It wasn't one of his contractors. It was me, the owner. And I sat at the toilet. I sat in the toilet and I leaned up against the seat, like the lid. I went number two, and I bumped the lid enough to where it pushed down on the ball, on the floater, so that it made the water run just a little bit in the toilet. I flooded my own house after the carpet and the drywall work was done. Cost me like, I don't know, I can't remember, 4, 6 grand, 8 grand extra to get it fixed. I had to pay for the work twice. It was a slab foundation, so there wasn't any like real water damage. It was just the, drywall and carpet. So between the appraisal and that stupid mistake, I risked, I think 150 grand or like 175 grand, something like that. I made 2 grand. I made $2,500 on that deal. That was the worst deal that I ever did. But, with everything that went wrong, luckily, I still didn't lose money. Is that the bauxite? That's the bauxite. And it was 100% absolutely my fault. Crazy thing to have happen. An average price home in a reasonable area over there? I define reasonable. How about you don't have to put bars on your windows and your kids can walk to school, but you're not retiring early, right? Working class neighborhood, but relatively safe. Something like that. Oh my God, we're gonna have to buy some more. I would say a little town called Citrus Heights. Let's look up the median. We're gonna have to kill this guy. We'll say the median home price in the city of Citrus Heights. I'll look that up in 2 seconds. Bro, I just want to talk with my cane. At least he wasn't the shooty kind. All right, let's look it up. Median home price. Citrus Heights is where I grew up. It was fine. Normal people there. You're not going to get shot, but there's definitely not a lot of rich people. In home price in Citrus Heights, California. $486,000. Suburb. On the east, the west side of the city is not great. The east side's a little bit better. Let's do where I live now, which definitely wealthier. Yeah. 635. Still normal working class families, but nicer for sure. When accounting for the dollar conversion. Right, and I'm not in an expensive part of California, by the way. Not at all. I'm in one of the cheaper parts. I mean, for a city. Let's do 500K US to AUD. 761. Yeah, that's average price in a neighborhood that, you know, like I said, your kids can walk to school, but it's not full of a bunch of rich people. That's shockingly high. That should be, I said it was 460, right? I said 450, something like that. That should be 350. 400. It should not be that high. Part of the problem is that a lot of the people from the Bay Area came up because they can't afford the prices in the Bay Area. And so what they would do is they would sell their like tiny house for like $1.5 million in the Bay Area, in a Bay Area suburb, and they come up here and pay cash for like, you know, a huge ass nice house in the burbs of Sacramento. I need to do this. Should be the last one we need to buy. So it's caused our market to shoot up. It's
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
it's a problem, and quite frankly, it's why I sold my house. All right, is this the last one? This is the last one, guys. We have routed 8 mines of bauxite to this train station and routed and put in the lines. Yeah, our appraisal was 70K below. Well, 70K below. Well, did you have to make up the difference? Did you get it at the 75K below, or did you have to come up with the difference? I mean, 0.8 to 1.0. Yes. I see what you're saying, Palyota. I see what you're saying. Been waking 3 hours, so I'm going to try to catch some shut-eye. All right, Mikey, sorry you said a while back. You're paying off all your debts first, then you're going to buy a house? Yeah, I think you should. Look, real estate's regional. Every region is different. I mean, that is a fundamental aspect of real estate. I mean, one city over is different. You're probably multiple countries over. So. All right, what's our naming? Let's do... How did we name this? I think we named by what we were transporting. That's on a different network. And where, I think it was where it was. Let's go. Red Forest. Bauxite 10. Yeah, that's fine. Just set to load. I don't want to have to come back. This is set to load. I mean, this is it on bauxite. Let's head back because I don't know which. I didn't name the station over there. I was stupid. So we gotta head back. That's fine. It won't take us very long to get there. Where's my power, bro? Please keep your arms and legs inside the carpet. Is there any reason to have more than just have a longer train? If you have a really steep grade, but if you're doing 4-to-1, I think that covers all the grades. I usually go 5-to-1. Yeah, you paid the difference out of pocket? Yeah. Yeah, that was not happening when I was flipping in 2010. There was no difference being paid out of pocket. Nobody had any money. I live in Denmark, but what you told me pretty much fits here as well, at least the general perspective. Yeah. Well, and I'm sure interest rates are different and there's different incentives and the market is, you know, I'm sure crazy different. I do think there's a global inflation of assets. I do. I think things are overpriced. Stocks, assets, cost of goods, rents, mortgages. I think we have literally a global. Now that could keep going forever. Doesn't mean that, you know. It's gonna crash, but I would definitely not go into debt or not have as least amount of debt as possible when deciding to do something relatively risky as buying a house. The only thing more riskier than buying a house is not buying a house. Yeah, I believe we paid 200,000 for the views here. 270 degrees of bay views with 4 visual. Yeah, Leo, you're in the Bay Area, right? I can't remember. I think it was you. Sometimes I remember conversations with people, but I don't always remember exactly who. Do you use science into the glass foundations? I have, yeah. In this case, I'm not doing it here. At least you don't remember conversations that never happened. I don't know. My wife might disagree with you about that. So I have this one. I think this one looks pretty good. I use it, it's a foundation replacement. So when I want to do a ceiling light, I just go like this. I think it's a pretty good setup. I went with a different kind for this, but that's a glass foundation. Well, the bottom foundation's a glass one. It sounds like we have the same wife. My wife is amazing. I make jokes, but she's a much better person than me. I'm not kidding. I mean, you guys know that bar's not really that hard to climb, and we all know that Minikin is awesome. She didn't get it from me, so I am half the tree, though. Apple didn't fall far from. I do hope that all my children take, as I'm sure every parent does, the best from me and the best from my wife, and leaves the worst from me and leaves the worst from my wife. But let's be fair, if my daughter only took the best from me and the best from my wife, she'd get about 80% of her would come from my wife. It's okay. It's okay. I just count myself lucky that, you know, I pulled the trigger before she had time to realize what a big mistake she was making. It's not right. That one. Boop. All right, what's our distance, bros? 16. Fairmont Terrace. I can do that. Oh, it thinks looking for a street. Let me find it. Not a city. Castro Valley. Yeah. Yep, right there. Who are my clients? Hayward's my client. Pleasanton's my client. Livermore's my client. Diablo, or Mount Diablo School District, which is here. Antioch. Oh, Lafayette. I worked with them. Orinda. I work with Berkeley. I work with Albany. I work with Oakland. These are all school districts that I work with. West Contra Costa, which is this entire area right here. My dad works in Vallejo and commutes every day from up there all the way down to Vallejo. One day he had to go down there twice last week. Yeah, it's a nice area. For sure. That drop pod is kind of cool in the middle of the station. Do you think about deleting that now that you can? No, I'll probably leave it. I was thinking of, I had a suggestion from a viewer. Well, I had one live and then I had one from a later comment of doing like some kind of roundabout around this. I think that would be cool. But probably not until after I know all of what I need. I get all of what I need out of this area. Now, I would hate to put something in that looks really cool and spend a lot of time on it and then realize that I can't, that it's stopping me from, you know, like a goal. If you're ever in the same area on a weekend, let me know. I'll cook up some barbecue. Yeah, well, I was, I told you I would down there. We talked about it. Yeah, it's coming back to me. When I bought the computer. So I was down there for the computer. I don't have any client trips down there planned. Sometimes I have to go to my clients' board meetings. Although now, post-COVID, all of the board meetings put in the infrastructure to have all of their meetings via Zoom. And so now, mostly, because that infrastructure is in place and has stayed in place, it's cheaper for the client, and it makes sense, right? You don't want to, the client is a government agency, to just have us attend the board meeting virtually, right? Because then they don't have to pay our expenses of driving down there or flying down there. I still go to some board meetings in person because it's just usually if there's a controversial thing, or if they believe that the board is gonna, ask a bunch of questions, I'll often still have to go. But most run-of-the-mill day-to-day can be done over Zoom, and it saves everybody a lot of money, and it saves me a bunch of time. I'm happy about it. All right, if I remember correctly, come on, bros, let's get this done. If I remember correctly, ooh, what's our bauxite level? The first 5 cars is bauxite. Let's check our train key. Our map. There it is. Yeah, the first 5 are bauxite. And then what else was I going to check? The height. So what I did is train hub. Okay, 5 up is the height. That means all of these have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How are we gonna do this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. All right, let's set our height here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like down 1. I feel like this is a little high. Let's check on where I put the sulfur. Oh, you're using the 2 meters? Yeah, I always use the 2 meters. And that's actually one of the reasons. Oh, here's, we did do these lights in here. Yeah. What's 7? Oh, okay. I guess we'll do 5. And we'll run them on the inside here. We need 10 of them. Come on. It's disappointing. That's the move. Nice and fast. I like it. No, this isn't right. Yep. All right, can I repeat that? Can I copy it? I think so. Wrong. Nope, it's right. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why is there 8? Did I make 8? I made 8, you guys. All right, this one's dead. We'll have to remember this. I thought these were 7s. I designed my train system around these only being 7. That gives us extra capacity in future runs, which is really good. Good job, past kin. Okay, that's done. We need to... We're very close. We have to deal with copper and iron. I wonder and I hope that there's enough in this city. If we do the copper and the iron, I mean, I should shut this down at 6 hours. But I think we are less than an hour away to turning it on. So we did make up good time here at the end. So we're going to probably have no time for any sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 troubleshooting or anything like that. But we should hopefully have time to turn it on. We definitely had a chill stream today where I told stories, but honestly, we've always kind of done that, and I'm gonna probably always do that, so. Lizard mods, does it say poking my head in to say there's a beautiful build in the thumbnail. Oh, you're welcome. You want to see a different build? Check this out. You're gonna like it. Gotta wait for the autosave. City. Is over there. I don't know why we have this thing there. This is what we're inside right now. This is the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner, and it is our raw resource hub. We are getting ready to send over a lot of bauxite, and I'm getting ready to die. Almost die. We're getting ready to send over a bunch of bauxite, but yeah, I really like how this turned out. Oopsie, how long have you been there? You're not supposed to be there. Hey, where was the hole that I made? There it is. But I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for stopping by. Looks good. Yeah, so far so good. Uh-oh, Spadudios. So many belts. I am particularly proud of that thumbnail. Oh, you know what I should do? I should reset my sound. There we go. So I'm getting a bunch of new sound equipment. Well, I've already got some of it, but I kind of need all of it in order to switch over. I'm getting the rest of it on Thursday because I got tired. I'm tired of using voice meter. I'm tired of putting up with the bugs. I'm just tired. And I'm gonna get something good. I've done a bunch of research. I'm very happy with my choice. Well, as happy as I can be without installing it yet. But I know it'll be a good one. And it replaces my audio interface into my computer, as well as the mixing, the mixing that it does. So it's also going to give me a really nice yeah, it's not gonna work. A really good way to do the mixes that I need to do in my computer without having to use voice meter, which is crappy and buggy. I mean, it's fine until it's not fine. I've used it for 2 years, over 2 years, but it's time to upgrade. So I'm looking forward to it. Autosave. Belt it like Beckham. Never watched that movie. I do know to what you are referring. But I've never seen it. A mistake has been made. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is the problemo? You. You got skipped. Scandal. Okay, no feet left behind. We have a strict rule on this channel. I'm considering that felt good. I'm considering building a nuclear power plant and using fixonium fuel rods. I don't know a lot about that. So many belts. There's a lot of belts. Guys, that's done. What's next? How's our copper and ore that's copper and iron ore that's already being sent in? Do we have any? We have plenty of iron. Take these two. What about copper? Wow, we're out of copper. There's copper nearby though. All right, let's run the iron. Do the iron first, get it out of the way. Iron's on the first floor, and then copper's on the second. Okay, where is this magical copper? I mean iron. Crap, are we using that? It says used by UT. I mean, we could just take these two, belt 4 and belt 5. The Dune Desert direct belts. All right, if I can find it. All right, let's do it. Belt 4 and belt 5. I think I labeled them correctly. What are these belts? Belt 4. Is this belt 5? Yeah, buddy. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. What do we do here? One, two, three, 4.5 out from the wall. One, two, three, 4.5 out from the wall. Too steep, you say? How did I... Oh, that's how. Oh, no. Silly, silly me. 3 more. One, two, three. Right here. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Let's go like this so they match. Okay. Similar to oil, fuel, turbo fuel, rocket fuel. So for nuclear power, it's uranium, fuel rod, plutonium, fuel rod, fixonium fuel rod. Okay. Right, and then it just is. It's you got more out of it, but it takes more production up front. That makes sense. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Not the curved one. Okay. I'm playing for 6 hours, guys. We're not stopping. Oh God, is this correct? It's on the end. Iron. Okay. We need 900 copper. They need to go in these holes. And then we gotta set the trains, and we gotta run the trucks. And that's it. And we're on. So 900 copper, and then we got to set 4 truck routes. 3. 4. But the stations are there. We just have to drive them. Okay. All right, baby. Come to Papa. Pure. Pure copper. There's a normal copper. I think we've already snapped these up. Okay, we have a normal and an impure. And a normal. I mean, we can just run these two. That's 900. We need 900. 300 and 600. We run both those belts next to each other and they go in the holes. That's it. It's these two right here. Copper impure, copper normal. Yep. Let's run both of them down. It's right here. Are you outside your mind here? Oh yeah. My pyramid will not be marred with logistics. Okay. Narrow Sky 2, man, I watched the start of this playthrough and kind of forgot. It's crazy to see what you've done since the start, and I'm sure there's some insane stuff beside the aluminum city. Yeah. Well, we're in the Tyrell Corporation building right now. We're running some stuff, but we're gonna be outside of it shortly. Good. We need 900 per minute going onto the train. Okay. This is going to be whole. Belt 10. Belt 11. Copper 100. Copper 300. 600 is being used. 300 is being used. And we're going to call it the Mercury City Tower. Mercury City Tower. Net is 0. I got a hole in my lip. That's okay. I got a iced tea catcher. Yes, let's mark them, please. Irony, that's exactly what we need. Okay. Let's use the curved belts. Where are you, Kappa? Play Kappa. Thank you for the follow. I didn't follow you. Take this. I will take it. Ooh, should we just... Yeah, I think I'm going to change my routing. I think it's going to be a lot cleaner if we just go straight in. I'm just gonna connect it to that. All right. Don't we have a new wall hole that I haven't even used? Very handy. All right, that one's done. But yes, I appreciate your follow. All right, let's get eyes on the other one. Did you try to cut the balloon tree and watch the new animation? I did some balloon tree cutting, but I did some that didn't work. That one like would not destroy. I don't know if I was doing something silly or what. But I didn't watch that. I did blow one of them up. You appreciate the stream? Well, thank you. We should do the same thing. We should just bloop it in right there. That is a technical term, by the way. Guys, copper's done. All right, what's next? The train is done. Guys, the train is done. It's time to start sending trains. Click on train. Wait, where's the front? Oh my God. I loaded it backwards again. We're in the Dune Desert. We're in the Tyrell Corporation building. Have you seen this of mine? We're out in the Dune Desert. I made an error. I have to fix it. It's silly, a silly error. Very, very stupid. So frustrating. Where's the front? You're the front. You're gonna be bauxite, bauxite. Back of the train. It's copper and iron. There's the B for back, F for front. I loaded this backwards. Yeah, it's a raw resource distribution center. So that's exactly what this is. Yeah, I loaded this backwards like a dunce. Like a big fat dummy head. Okay, you are gonna get cut off because you're the last train. And we actually don't need the last train. We need to start sending the bauxite. We need to get the bauxite train rolling. So let's get that train rolling now while we fix the other problem. All right, we're gonna do 3 of them. We're gonna do one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We gotta name this train. Why do we have a broken signal? How's the throughput of trains calculated? So as long as I'm feeding enough into, what is the problemo? Who is messed up? Basically, the throughput is however much I give to the train, as long as it is less than 2 times 780, because we can't fill 2 belts into the train because of the fact that, you know, the inputs and the outputs shut down. But as long as I feed it into the train station, we'll be fine. And as long as I give it enough trains. I swear, is somebody backwards? don't think so. Wonder if I've accidentally put one backwards. Let's see what this one says. Hey, eye in the sky. Very strange. I must have a bad, I bet you I have a bad connection somewhere. What if we delete all of the broken ones? This isn't what I want to be doing right now. We're so close to turning this baby on. Signal loops onto itself. Somebody's backwards. Update the miner for Mark 3 and put power shards of bauxite yard using rolled aluminum. Yes. Actually, no. I may not have, DJ. We're gonna have to go check that. Where is the loop back onto itself? Somewhere in here. All right, so far so good. Still good. And we're unhappy now. Is it you that's causing the problem? Broke down when we did you. Something's very wrong and it's irritating me. Connected two forward trails together in that circle so the trains crash against each other. I didn't think so. But I mean, trains come in through here. Split. 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 What's that? Do I have a bad... It's our 2 units got a bad motivator. Did I have a bad rail or a bad... I mean, everybody is exiting out this way. Here, let's name this station, by the way. This is MCT. No, this is not MCT. This is Bauxite. Tyrell Corporation Pyramid. Bauxite. In 10. Third station on the row is the signal backwards. Third station. I agree, but it was broken before then. Is that it? I think there was something wrong. See? What is this? This should work. I should be able to pop this. Do I need, ooh, do I need a mini? Are they too close or something? No, now this is broken. Good catch on that. That was definitely wrong. But there's something else wrong. Rebuild the train. I mean, I can. I don't think it's going to change anything. I mean, if it does change anything, I don't know why, so that doesn't really help me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that those are the same color. Why are you the same color? You're not. Is there a bad signal somewhere else? Maybe there's a bad signal really far away. And look, everybody comes in, they turn into the station. The only thing I can think of is there's a bad signal somewhere else. So we're gonna have to fly on the line and figure it out. I bet you I screwed up a signal somewhere along the line, and somehow the game is interpreting the problem here. Can we drive on a train with signals? This is incredibly frustrating. I didn't have a lot of extra time. Well, it's not here. I don't see it here. So I'm getting errors thrown. Maybe it's at the other station. I didn't think so. I looked for that eye in the sky. They look like they had different colors. Okay, well, we missed one here. This is probably not the problem, but we can definitely fix it anyway. I looked to see if the sections were making different colors, and they looked like they were. Here's an error. Okay, this error is okay, I think. Maybe we delete him anyway. I wonder if that was it. Yeah, but not next to it, not next to itself. And then I deleted it and rebuilt it, and then it was a different color. Do I need a pass signal for a split? No, I don't need one. I can just do blocks. It'll be slower, but I'm not actually building the path over there yet. So when I actually go to make the intersection, I'll put a path in at that point. Actually, what I'll probably do is do an over under and just do a block. We put all this in tonight. I haven't seen anything backwards. Did I forget to signal over here? Well, this is part of the problem for sure. Yeah, this is all one big section. Now, I actually don't think this could possibly cause the problem that we had before. I mean the problem over there, maybe. Yeah, nice route. Yeah, it turned out really well. Nice smooth curves, and it was very fast. What if we try to build the train and see if it says that it will route there? I mean, if it routes, then it's probably good, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Let's play a game. Will you route? Let's go. Red Forest. Bauxite 1. It looks like she's working. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, you're supposed to be Kappa. The locomotives don't sample correctly, guys. We found a bug. Okay, these will self-regulate a little bit with this setting. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The idea being that if they have been missed, right, if there's plenty of room for their load, they will unload immediately and get back on the road. If somebody just unloaded in front of them and there's not enough room for them to unload their load, then they have to wait until they've been either fully unloaded or it's been a minute and a half. And then if he had to wait, that means that when he leaves, the train station's still fully loaded, and then the next car coming in has to wait, right? And so over time, it's going to spread out. At least that's how it seems to have been working. Now, the big question is Mr. Bauxite 1 on his way back? Or is he bugged? Bauxite 2. Uh-oh. That's not good. So we are going to have A little bit of a train buildup. But we built them. Now we just have to... Unexpected, but I'm okay with it. You only counted 9 wagons? I hope not. Maybe I missed. All right, the problem is definitely up here. Those guys should not be too close. I used them over there. Now, I agree with this. See, the green and the pink are different. That's the most important thing. I agree with you here. I don't know why that's happening. I should be able to split there. It's like something's... Let's try rebuilding everything. I thought I already did. I thought I already did rebuild everything. Maybe I didn't. Okay, everything's good. Well, some kind of bugged track, except we're still bugged up here. Maybe we just moved it. It doesn't like this one. Now, did it move it again? Did it move it over here? I don't know what's going on. Everything looks okay now. What's that green light pillar on the tracks near the pyramid? Can we place it on the pyramid room to get the movie spotlights? The green light pillar on the tracks. Oh, this guy? Yeah, he's the same guy that we've been using everywhere. He's not as bright as he looks because these guys are providing a bunch of light. He's pretty dim, but he's the same thing we use in the city. I don't know what I changed. Oh. Can you change the highlight color? Yeah, you're talking about that. It's the stamp thing. Except it should be gone. I deleted it. If I reload, I bet you it'll be fixed. Interesting. I'll think about that. Maybe we can use a UI thing to make it work. How are you still awake? Live for 7 hours, 9 p.m. here in Melbourne, 6 a.m. Almost asleep. Yeah, no, it's the marker, Eye in the Sky, for sure. It's not a maybe there. How am I still awake? Well, the big problem is I have to go to work. I have to be working in 4 hours. I don't have to go anywhere. I have to be sitting at this desk working. All right. We have the bauxite. Why do we only have bauxite? Hee hee. What did I do? Get distracted halfway down? It's all right. It's all right, guys. All right, now I have to redo those belts. Okay. All right, we can do this. We can do this. Think. You go to the front. You're the copper. 1, 2. No, you're the iron. Means you go to the front too. You're the copper. 1, 2. Just redo it. Redo exactly what I did before, just correctly this time. You guys can head down here. You're fine. You guys. Oh, sorry. I'm allergic to incompetence. Why? Why would you do this to me? I thought we were friends. Okay. All right, now I just got to fix my bauxite mistake. Bum 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 bum. All right, the biggest problem is that I think everybody has to move over to I have a lot of bauxite in my inventory here really quick. You have to go there. Yeah, stupid mistake. Dumb. You guys are all gotta get... Actually, you guys don't have to get deleted. Some of them don't have to get deleted. Thank you. Really? I'm gonna pop down real quick. Clear this bug. By the way, these trains are going to back up now, of course, because well, actually, they'll wait the 90 seconds. I think it's because I color them. I think when I change colors, it causes that highlight bug. All right, back to the Great Bauxite Shuffle. Of 2025. Why 2 locomotives? Because they have 10 cars. And if I don't put 2 locomotives on there, then they won't have enough power to bring those 10 cars up any of my hills. All right, that shuffle has been completed. And we don't need you two. Yep. Okay, no feet left behind. The reason that I'm still awake is because I'm stubborn and I get something in my head, and basically I wouldn't be able to go to sleep even if I stopped. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's see if we can remember how I did this. I think I can. Nicola. Hey, Ken, long time. No lurking from my side. Quick question. Have you done more of vertical bus in this playthrough? A little bit, yeah. Well, actually, I mean, most of my factories are based on the idea of a vertical bus. At least in some form. Not the same as before. But you'll get to see, if you can hang out long enough, you'll get to see, I've done a modified form over, you know, what I know what you're talking about. You know, you're talking about the good old days. Good old days. I don't really do it like that anymore. That's a little bit too big and unwieldy. I think it's so big that it kind of defeated its own purpose. But I love vertical buses in a more controlled way. By the way, I guess we should be counting, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least that one has it. Which one is this? Yeah, 5. Bauxite 1. Yeah, it depends if they're loaded and how steep the incline. For me, I try to keep them under 2 meters every 8, or essentially this incline here, right? It's a rise over run of 2 over 8, 2 meters up, rise over 8. So I try to make sure that nowhere in my train line, at least when they're loaded, are they going up this. Now the bauxite's gonna be fine because they go up the hill unloaded. They load at the hill and then they travel down. The blue crater was a pain in the butt because they load at the bottom of the hill and then they have to climb up the hill loaded. One, two. But in this case, we're not going to have any problems because they travel downhill while loaded. But I just make it a habit of 5 to 1 or better, right? Or better. Like the train we're gonna build here in a minute is gonna be a 7 to 2. The train that we're loading right now, right? This has got 7. But he can't do 1, obviously. So he's got to do 2. All right, now we just got to clean up. And then, and then we can start sending our train sets from the pyramid to our aluminum factory. Now, this is not the last thing that we need to do. Should I wait on this? This is the bauxite. I should. We're gonna wait on this. We're gonna take a train up, and then we're gonna not let it load. Okay, we're gonna build the train. And then we will go into manual mode, and we're not gonna let it unload. All right. Okay. Guys, we've been working towards this for so long for this factory. Okay. Did we name this? Yeah, we did. MCT. Here's our train. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Perfect. He's mostly carrying bauxite. I'm fine with the copper look again. Did we name him? We did. Edit timetable. CT. We gotta name this better. This is what did we call the bauxite copper? Bauxite and Chiron pickup. Bauxite and Chiron. What's Chiron? It's copper and iron. There. Okay, here we go. We're gonna ride this baby in. Bauxite and Chiron pickup, then bauxite and Chiron drop off, and then we're gonna, on the drop off, we're gonna go wait till it's fully loaded, or 90 seconds. Save, turn on self-driving. Now this is these are going to be on train tracks I've never tested, so that's why I want to ride it in. No. It's copper. You're right, I probably should. In my mind, it's a shortening of copper, and since CO makes the K sound, then but you're right, it is siren. I should put an H there. All right, now if you've joined me in the last couple of hours, you probably haven't even seen the cyberpunk city, because we started this VOD right at that right turn of that other railway, and we built out this whole railway system and bauxite setup and all that stuff today. But have we even gone to the cyberpunk city today? I don't think we have. Those are probably too close together. It's silly that they're that close together, the signals. By the way, Eye in the Sky, the new audio equipment comes on Thursday. At the end of the stream, I'll show you guys what I'm getting. True, it could be Koofy. I actually like that. All right, so we shouldn't have any problems. We should be able to ride the top of the spiral the entire way. This is the first trip up the top of the spiral. Everything thus far in the Cyberpunk City has been routed through the underneath, and you can see how busy it is. You see there's a train up there in front of us to the up top, and you can see on the other side the trains. There's another one flying down. So this is a double train spiral all the way up to the city. By the way, this is a blueprint. I made this blueprint when it was possible to build outside the blueprint maker. I learned it from PopCac. I applied it, the simple trick from PopCac, simple but powerful, and made this blueprint. If anybody wants this blueprint, it is nearly game breaking when you try to build it. It is so big. But it does work, and if anybody wants it, it's free on my Discord. Each blueprint covers 1/4 turn. No, it will absolutely solve the issue, Eye in the Sky. I'm completely replacing voice meter. I'm not only replacing my Focusrite, which is the audio interface. I'm not going to use voice meter at all. And if it did if the problem persisted, I still wouldn't send it back. It would prove that it wasn't the problem, but it's such an upgrade that I would use it anyway. I may reroute some of this. This is a little tight in here. Okay, get ready. No, 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 I hit the wrong button. Turn off self-driving. Yeah, that's right. Don't load, don't load, don't load. Is your ass end out of the way? Yeah. Oh, not quite. You're gonna create an issue, aren't you? That's okay. We'll back him up. Ooh, his nose may be sticking out though. No. Good. We did this instead. All right, we'll back him up when it's time for him to unload. Okay. Now what do we have to do? We have to run trucks. Okay, because remember this. Here's what we have done. This is what we are doing, and overview. All right, so we have delivered 4,500 bauxite, 2,700 coal, 900 copper ore, 900 iron ore, 1,200 nitrogen gas, and 1,800 water. This is delivered and ready to go. We now have to deliver the heavy modular frames, crystal oscillators, rubbers, circuit boards, motors, and copper sheets. Those are sitting, waiting in a truck stop, ready to be routed with 4 trucks. We're going to do it right now. And then we can turn this mother on. Get our trucks on. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I am replacing my audio equipment. I reset it tonight. I changed a bunch of stuff. I did do the, yeah. I have tonight and tomorrow. My new shit comes on Thursday. It sucks. It's stupid and it's lame. But it is what it is, and we're gonna survive. All right, what are we gonna do first? We don't have to do the central storage yet. In fact, let's build a temp. Awesome sink. Let's actually build it through here. Yeah, Twitch sees that so much faster. I mean, they see it at the, they get the data faster. All right, this is a temporary awesome sink. Aluminum ingots to the rocket fuel. Okay. All right. Those two are handled. You're first. From rocket fuel. All right, how are we gonna route him? God, that irritates me so much. I have to fix it. You just fix it by holding your delete cursor over it to re-highlight it. Okay. Rubber truck comes in, drops off, come through here. I think we enter the freeway, and I think we do a little whoop, and we go up the overpass and down. We enter. Which one are we going into over here? Oh, it's so far away. My setup is so big. It's begun to make sense to just always build a car to get around. Can't remember. $10.35 rubber. Why didn't I say who gets what? You get what? $10.35 rubber. It's this one. Okay. All right, it's the second hole, right? Yeah, it's the second one. We gotta remember, it's the second one. Okay. Actually, it's the second to last one. We're gonna come in from the other side. All right, let's make a sign. Is our truck gonna hit that? Yes. Good enough. Okay, he comes around. He loads. He comes through here. Play Kappa. It's another game. I know. I was happy with my factory, but now seeing this, don't feel that way. I know there's some percentage of you that is joking and some percentage of you that is serious. I don't know what that ratio is, but whatever amount of ratio that is serious, please don't feel that way. All right, we got to go into the gas station. Not that one. Not that one. We need rocket fuel to Mercury. Here. This needs to be turned around. Turn around. All right, we just slide on in. We get our gasoline. We head back out onto the road. We come down here and we pull in. Okay, we got a plan. I feel the same sometimes. Your builds are legendary, but doesn't stop me from playing. Yeah, inspiration. I'm just doing my thing. I will say I got an insane rush out of coming up with something I believe, as far as I'm aware, was absolutely unique to Satisfactory. When I did my remote item depot, or my remote item switch. Now, dimensional depots basically made everything that I built obsolete in an instant, but that's okay. All right, let's focus up, baby. So I really enjoyed that. But that was kind of showing up like I thought it was cool because no other creator or big name that I'm aware of found that, and I think that that's cool. But other than that, I don't really build to show people up, and you know, I try to build to just challenge myself. Satisfactory is really cool because the community is such that it isn't really a competitive community, in the sense that like we're all kind of factory players together. Secret tunnel. Those are temporary, those big belts that I just passed under. We'll be able to get rid of them once we fully hook this factory together. Right, now for the hardest part. Alright, I still gotta get gas. Last thing I have to do is get gas. Gas has been got. Ah, almost had a side swipe. What the hell is this? We can fix that in post. MCT rubber 1. All right, let's delete all of this shit. This is one of 3 trucks done. One of 4 trucks. We got 3 trucks left. That is the longest route, though. All right, let's make sure that he works. Yeah, my shit does that sometimes. I'm not sure why. Honestly, I'm just gonna assume this dude works. I'm most nervous about this little maneuver. Everything else should be fine. I mean, yeah, he made it perfectly fine. Everything was pretty straightforward there until the stupid end. Okay. 1 down. Is it an invisible truck? Run my delete over the spot. I don't see anything. It was like right here. Interesting. Okay, what's next? Let's do the first one. We have 3 trucks to go. We can turn this thing on, finally. Okay, from Hancock. Okay. So we are going to come out the wall here. Turn left, turn right, turn left, and then I think we get gas first. Hold on. We're drifting, boys. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. And then where are you? We need to be Hancock to Mercury. Hancock to Mercury, right here. It's the 3rd entrance, okay? It's the 3rd entrance on the left. Hancock to Mercury, number 5. And then we come in here. We wiggle our ass. And we load here, Hancock to Mercury. This better be full of... Well, it's not full of anything. Okay. Stop it. I better make sure that rubber, if I have a... I think with the rubber I did it differently. All right, Hancock to Mercury. And then where do we go? We leave. We come out here like this. We turn like this. And then we cross the street. And then this is like the shortest route ever. Okay, perfect. Let's start it here. All right. All right, baby. All right, that was a little swerve. One, two, 3rd entrance. Get your gas. Cross the street. Pull in. Get your goodies. Let's try to go around in case there's a truck in that spot when we happen to be there. Bam. MCT. Oscillator and circuit board. 1. Save. Enable autopilot. What you doing, sir? You gonna unload? Yes, you are. All right, next. Who's next? You decide. From United Tower. All right, so we're gonna come out here. Oh, by the way, I think I'm gonna delete this node here. That will get rid of most of the swerve. Okay, United Tower. We're gonna come out here. We got 2 trucks left to route. We're turning this shit on. Do trucks have something to prevent collisions? Oh no, they crash into each other all the time. But they repair themselves after collisions very easily. Yeah, see that barrier bug again? Gersoy, I use a lot of trucks and I run into that invisible barrier bug all the time. I think they may be physically hitting another path node in the road, but I'm not sure. It drives you crazy. Yeah, it drives me crazy too. We come here, we pick up Magus. Are there custom backgrounds for the signs and billboards? I like to change the highlighted side of the vertical horizontal backgrounds from the top to bottom and left to right. Yeah, there is some custom backgrounds, for sure. You just have to experiment. The best advice I can tell you about signs is just experiment. Spend a lot of time. To Mercury. Perfect. All right, so we come in. You guys are all dead to me. Get out of here. I don't need you anymore. All right, so we come out here. We pick up our shit. Make a left turn like everybody else. All right, we need United to Mercury. That's what we're looking for. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's right here. It's the same place the other one was. Some of these have to share. Vehicle deadlock. Finish this. You come out here. You turn left. You turn right. And you turn left. We do have a lot going on in this intersection. Truck has major trouble at the section. Yeah, I mean, I can always do another route later. As long as it works. So they will fix each other. They will fix themselves as long as they don't get deadlocked like that. But see that guy going over that hump? I swear that's what causes some of these deadlocks. They do eventually fix themselves. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna let stuff run for a while. And then if it needs improvement, I will. And I may have to reroute a couple trucks at that intersection, right? We may have to do that, but I also just want to let stuff run. Also, I'm trying to turn this factory on right now, not gonna lie. We'll make it. We'll be all right. Okay, start recording. Turn. From United Tower. Yes, from United Tower. And we're off. Pull onto the road. Turn another truck into this intersection of death. I remember it was in the same gas station as the last one, and that was in the third location. All right, let's slow down. This turn is really sharp. Apparently there's an oil slick on it. 1, 2, 3, turn. Ah, we pulled in right behind him. Now we're gonna turn left and then right and then left. By the way, this is what I wanted. I wanted this chaos. I want my city to look busy, and I don't want it to be fake busy. I want it to be actually doing something necessary for the functioning of the factories. Now, maybe it's too busy. Okay, MCT. Heavy modular frame and motors. I'm sorry. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. All right. Shard. This one here? He looks like he's working. I'll figure this one out. I mean, he's okay. He's not great, but he gets the job done. We'll redo him sometime. Okay, last one, but not tonight. Last one from the shard. Okay, so we exit the shard. Skokie, you put so much love into these videos. You gave me a totally different perspective of the game. Love your content. Greetings from Serbia. Greetings from California. All right, we have to go through the intersection of death again. We're gonna take a left, a right, a left. We're gonna pull in here. Ooh, did I ever turn off? I just had this feeling wash over me that I left the oven on. Did I leave? I left the oven on. Okay. All right. Delete. All right, start filling up, sir. Okay, we pull in here and then we pull out. And then we gotta find shard to mercury. Shard to mercury. There you are. Okay, so you're in the 4th slot. The second to last slot. So you're gonna turn and then second to last slot. Okay, right where the arrow is. And then we come in here and then we do the same thing we did before. We go down there, we go there, and then we pull it in. Okay. Obviously I'm still learning, so my world is very basic, but this is something to aspire to. Yeah, we'll definitely try, you know, if there's things you like, definitely use it for inspiration. Try not to let it discourage you. I know it, some people join the channel and are like, oh my God. Like, what is this? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. All right, intersection of death. Turning. We're turning. Try not to spin out. I was a little bit late on the turn. I might delete one of those nodes. All right, then we got to go through the second to last. Second to last. That turn sucked. Get our fuel. Get our autosave. The left. Go right. Looks like we got a hump. Hump day. Get out the way, bitch. Really frustrating. Okay. We have a problem. I don't know where to delete those. MCT, copper sheets, 1. All right, as the other trucks come by, I'll turn off their nodes so that I know whose is whose. And then this guy's. Nope, it was not. My bad, Mario. This guy's. All right, it's time to delete all this crap. Everybody's getting stuck here. I don't know. Spongelet raid you with a party of 27 viewers. Guys, guess what you're in time for? We are turning on a factory. We are turning on a factory in the next 5 minutes. this, and we're getting our ass run over, our entire ass. Why aren't I flying? Are my legs broken? Okay. We've got the goodies. All right, let's do a check. Let's do a check on our goodies, okay? Welcome, you guys. I am focused on this. I'm streaming 2 hours later than I should have. But we're turning this factory on in the next 5 minutes. All right, let's go to logistics floor. Don't need the light on in here. Are they flowing and just not backed up yet? That could be the case. No, but the copper sheets were backed up. I missed a belt. That copper sheets is missing. You need the light. Yes, 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 yes. I forgot to connect this. All right, we got a couple trucks ready to drop some stuff off. I want to see, there we go, there we go. Circuit boards, and there should be some crystal oscillators on that line. Oh, nope, there they go. They got split. Yes. Yes. Next we should see heavy modular frames and motors, and I want to see rubber. I'm a little worried about that rubber truck, the first one that I did. Why do the resources on the lifts in the MCT lobby face outward instead of towards a walkway? Because I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at them from outward than I am inward towards from the walkway. There's the motors, and heavy modular frames are going to hit right here any second. I want to see the items moving. I'm going to see those items. I'm going to see that outside part much more often than I'm going to see the inside part. I'm afraid we don't have any rubber. Did I forget to... I think I know what I did. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be over here looking at it much more often than I'm going to be inside looking at it. Right? I want the inside to be boring. Okay. I think I know what I forgot to do. Let's build a car and get over there. We're gonna fix the rubber, and then the train with the bauxite is literally sitting in the basement. All we have to do is hit go time on it, and it will unload and the factory will turn on. But I think I forgot to take care of the rubber. Never forget your rubber. There he is. He's got rubber on him, but he just doesn't have very much. My bad, guys. All right, that'll work. Okay, we got this. Guys, this is the culmination. I've been working on the shard since January. 6 months of work. Okay. So what we have here is we have this factory here. This produces fuse modular frames, turbo motors, supercomputers, basically every top tier item that is not a space elevator part that you could make an update 8. This used to be end game. But the thing is it brings in a bunch of materials. You just saw me run the trucks from each of these other 4 factories. He gets rubber from there. He gets crystal oscillators and circuit boards from there. He gets copper sheets from there. He gets motors and heavy modular frames from there. Plus, he gets a shit ton of his own materials. 4,500 bauxite, 2,700 coal, 1,800 water, 900 copper ore, 900 iron ore, and 1,200 nitrogen. All of those things that I just said running up through this floor space. The output is going to be a small amount of aluminum ingots for the packaging of turbo fuel, and then everything else that this makes. Well, what is everything else that this makes? It is this. 10.5 fused modular frames, 127.5 all-clad aluminum sheets, 155 aluminum casing, 11 cooling systems, 30 radio control units, 11.25 turbo motors, 12.5 heat sinks, 12 supercomputers, and the 112.5 aluminum ingots for the packaging of the rocket fuel. That's what we're making in this factory. That is what we're going to turn on right now. Last piece of this puzzle, sitting in the basement. After this, we have to clean up our southern half of the city.
It's nice of you to come by. It can get pretty boring here.
I bet it can. And then we start the space elevator parts. Here he is. You guys ready? You have to back him up. And turn on self-driving. Now we do need to build 2 more of him, but so we won't have the bauxite flow that we really need until we build 2 more of him. But we're gonna check how the and a partridge in a pear tree. We're gonna check out how the factory flows. Now we have our balancers here. We have copper and ore. So let's head up to the logistics floor. To watch it stream in. So bauxite, copper, and coal are all going to be over here. Coal's already been here. There she comes. What in the trouble? Forgot. I'm so stupid. So stupid. I forgot. I forgot to clean it. All right, Ken, hold it together. This is bad. I won't tell if you won't tell. Thank you, 5-minute autosave. That was probably 30 minutes of fixing stuff. Maybe more. That was bad. That was really bad. And it's because I hooked them up at the other train station backwards, and then I had to fix it, and I forgot to clear out the stuff that went in there wrong. Just stupidity on my part. Please be before I turn the train on. Come on, bro. Yes. I was doing my monologue. All right, this should be only iron. Well, that's good news. Next one should be only copper. That's good news. Only bauxite. Only bauxite. Only bauxite. You should be bauxite. That was it. It was this car. I crash. I think I crashed. I haven't crashed in weeks. It's not auto-saving. You guys still with me? Yeah, we're good. All right, here's what we need to do. I don't want to send this train because when it goes back, it's gonna load. All right, so we got to run to the Tyrell Corporation pyramid, and we have to make sure that there remains nothing bad. No, I forgot. Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it's not stupidity. It was a combination of two mistakes. I thought the train was going the other direction, and then I fixed that, and then I forgot to. In my mind, I was like, "Oh, I better make sure that I clear that out of there." And then I got excited and I forgot. It also may be that I've stayed up all night. The sun is coming up. It's a work night, and I've been streaming 8 hours and I should have been streaming 6. And even that's a lot for me. Morning, Lena. It's okay. We have challenges. It is how we react to those challenges. I don't want to send this train back to this area until I'm confident that everything is where it should be and nothing is where it shouldn't be. More importantly, nothing is where it shouldn't be. All right, so we should have a blank spot here. There should be nothing in here. And if there is something in there, we'll take it out. Nothing. Load. This should have iron in it, and only iron. Yes. Copper and only copper. Yes. Bauxite and only bauxite. Yes. 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 No! Problem child. Thank you for the follow. I just hit 1,700 followers. Thank you. All right, I want eyes on these belts. Honestly, I think everything's fixed now. I think everything is fixed. The mistake has been corrected. Let's get out of here, and now let's turn it on for realsies this time. Can I make it up there? No. Not without my hover pack. Okay, guys. A little bit of a false start. The crisis has been averted. We are back on track. It looks good. All right. Should we save it? I should have saved before we got lucky. Cyberpunk theme VOD 100.1. Thumbs up, let's do this for realsies this time. Okay, only bauxite. Whatever you say, elevator. Come on. There they are. All right. First stop. Aluminum ingot 1. Ooh, trapdoor. Watch that first step. It's a doozy. All right, now we may have a little bit of a problem here with recycled water because the water was full. We may have to dump a pipe. Looks like we are okay. I was worried about this because the water was sitting in there. Water's draining. All right, we getting ingots? That looks green to me, baby. Oh my God, look at the ingots. Who asked about the vertical bus? Whoever asked about the vertical bus, these are my vertical buses. Aluminum ingot 1 is working. Let's check aluminum ingot 2. Are we shitting out ingots? We are. Ingots have been shat. No, aluminum ingot. Oh, there's only 2 aluminum ingots. Yeah, RCUs. All right, are we making radio control units? Come on, baby. You are the next contestant on the aluminum factory. It looks like you're being made and all items are full. Aluminum casing's a little short. That makes sense. We've got to manifold the ingots, which are manifolding down there. You should be getting your aluminum casings any second. Yep, got them. Got them. You're full. Your aluminum casings you just hit. Okay, we're good. Next floor. That is the top of that elevator. We have to switch over here to this elevator. Betty Croca. Mr. Ken, this looks beautiful. Thank you. There are many floors on this building. Okay, nice. So again, manifolding aluminum, but we just got it. Is everything else hooked up? Does everything else look good? It does. It does indeed. There's a little bonus set back here. No. Oh, I know where the bonus set is. The bonus set is down here. Are you guys getting your things? Yes, except for the aluminum ingots. You've got some. As long as you've got some, your manifolding, I'm good to go. Where were we? We were here, and those are green. As long as somebody's green, I am happy. We ditched the elevator. Crystal oscillators. Okay, so do we have a crystal oscillator problem? Or are we just manifolding? We have one. If we have one... we're probably okay, and there's not a belt issue. Probably a big old manifolding issue. Where are our crystal oscillators? Right here. It's probably fine. I mean, one of them made it up. Okay, so I'm gonna call this not a red light, but maybe a warning light to keep an eye on. Make sure that the manifolding of crystal oscillators continues. All right, we were at RCU 3. We're gonna go to the cooling units. I want to see green. I see yellow. Heat sinks. Heat sinks are the problem. Are we talking manifolding ingots? Copper ingots. Iron ore. That is an actual real problem. We should absolutely have iron ore there. So we've got a real issue here, an actual thing that needs to be fixed. What happened to you? Who hurt you, iron ore? Who hurt you? The answer is I did. Well. Oh, that's not it. Where are you, iron ore? Did we just run out? Have any iron ore in my inventory? Do I? Do I? All right, let's drop it into the train. Let's just go ahead and empty my inventory. We need to set those other trains up. Let's just do it. Let's do it quickly and get it done. Need 3 trains. You're iron. Don't put the wrong thing in, dummy. All right, so I think what happened... Bad belt. And I know I don't have any bauxite. Now, once that copper hits, I mean that iron hits, there was a bad belt here, and then we just ran out. So that's why it ran out unevenly. So I think we're good. This is gonna start moving. Yep. Okay, we're good. We are good. Now we just have to figure out, we have to launch our trains. The iron ore is fixed. We need MCT Bauxite 1. There it is. So we build our train after this. We need 3. I need a siding to launch trains out of. Okay. All right, baby. Knock out 2 trains. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Maybe this will stop that bug from happening. All right, MCT-Bauxite 2. MCT-Bauxite 2. Timetable. We are going to... By the way, MCT stands for Mercury City Tower. We are the Bauxite Chiron. We're going to drop off, and then we're going to pick up. And when we drop off, we're going to do something special. We're going to wait till we're fully unloaded, or we're going to wait 90 seconds. This will help spread ourselves out, and we're going to turn on. Still have a few things to do tomorrow. We have to run the trucks to get the outputs going. We have to clean up some temporary stuff that that those outputs are going to replace. We got to clean up some truck lines that weren't great today. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we color it copper. Let me do this. CT-Bauxite 3. Oh, what a day. Drop off. We're going to freight wagon is fully unloaded or loaded. Or 90 seconds. And then pick up. Turn it on. All right, now where is MCT Bauxite 2? Are you traveling up? That's wool. Hard to know for sure. There's 3. That's the one we just launched. There's 2 flying down the hill. What's your problem? You've been there way too long. Did I set him wrong? Maybe. Here's Bauxite 2. I feel like he's been there too long. I'll check his settings, make sure I didn't do anything wrong. when he gets his ass back up here. Need you, bro. We're out of copper. Man, we run through that bauxite fast, don't we? Gamer programmer in Horsey Mart. I know Doc is pay. Train drivers not getting their shit together. We just turned on the aluminum factory for the first time. I just got all 3 trains going. I should have maybe built the trains right when we turned it on instead of doing a quick check and then turning them on, or building the trains, I guess. I don't know. All right, he's hauling his ass up the train. Just watch something, an old arcade machines. Wow, sim, very valuable. All of those words are English, but I am not understanding how they work together, my friend. Come on, bauxite train. He's gonna be going up the top, so we should see him round the corner, but be on the upper. He's an upper decker. He's trudging up the hill as we speak. You know, I could set them to fully load and fully empty. I wonder what the consequences of that is. Or 90 seconds, right? I'm fine with that as the trains get here. Here he is. Let's leave this one alone. If the next one gets here too fast, I really want a 90s Area 51 shooter cabinet. Oh, the arcade? Dude, I love that arcade game. I played that so much. It was at the round table by my high school. Actually, it's like a half a block from where I live right now. But the round table's gone. High school still exists. Bauxite, 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 bauxite. Copper and iron. There he is. Yeah, this guy was slow as shit. I don't know why he took so long to load. Oh, I was gonna check him. getting kidnapped. Some rare arcade machines are worth over 5,000. Yeah, I was looking at, I mentioned to my wife that I really wanted a Star Wars pinball machine, and she looked it up, and it was like $5,000. We're not quite full, but we're pretty freaking close. See how some of these are getting stoppered? For whatever reason, it doesn't matter, but the rest of them are feeding. You know, and maybe we'll debug it. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe it's not getting water or something. I don't know. I mean, speaking of water, are all these jammed? I mean, these are packed, baby. I thank you for the follow, YOLO. I heard that Lonely Island song today for the first time in a long time. It's such a great song. Oh yeah, we are full, baby. Oh my God, you're here already. Well, that's true. That other train had to wait a little bit. And now this one will have to wait a lot, and they are self-spreading themselves out. So he's gonna fill, but then he's gonna wait his 90 seconds, as long as I set him correctly. Yeah, they either have to be fully unloaded or they have to wait for 90 seconds. Wow, you fit, fatty, fit. We are a hefty boy, except for the copper. I feel like our copper isn't getting its amount that it needs. Did I forget to boost? Okay. Let's go back to checking the factory. And then we will let's go all the way to the top. RCU1. We were having problems by RCU3 not getting my stuff. Is there any mods in the save? Yeah, I should set that up, YOLO. The mod command. I have two mods. I have Sky UI and I have an inventory mod. I don't have any other construction mods. So all I can do, I can control the sun, and I have some extra inventory. No infinite nudge, no micromanage, none of that stuff. All right, plenty of crystal oscillators there and there. This is the end of the line. Only one crystal oscillator, 35 crystal oscillators. None ya. None your business. What are your video settings to make this look pretty, or is it vanilla? I do have some command line. Here, I'll show you. So I do have some commands here. Thank you for the follow. Factory saved, config, Windows, engine. It's these four, but this is probably the one that is the most noticeable. I will paste these one at a time in YouTube and Twitch's chat. They each do something different. You can look them up what they do. I'm gonna get back to. I'm late on my stream, and I want to make sure that everything is at least getting something. And then we're gonna run over to the raw resource hub, and we're gonna check a bauxite production. There you go. So this one right here is the extra lumen pizzazz that you're probably seeing. Okay. What do we got? Yes, we're making more radio control units. Yeah, short on crystal oscillators. That's okay. All right. Do we have green lights? We do. We're making the heat sinks. Making burritos. Yes, we are making cooling systems. Ray 91, I really like your build. I'm glad. I really like it too. Aluminum casing. Why are you shitting the bed, aluminum casing? I think it's copper and ore. It is. Is it a belt problem or is it a supply problem? Oh my God, it's a belt problem. What? What are you? What are you? What in the... No! Did you see that? It shouldn't be that bad because they're going to the same place. Dude, what is the deal? We may have to check. They're all going to the same machine. Dude, I don't get this. What is broken? Oh my God, you don't like that. Well, that's broken. All right. Well, shit. Sorry. Okay. And then will you work? Okay. Nope. Any overflow? Okay. Now but you guys are stoppered. What is the deal? These belts are just not working. All right, well, that's actually probably understandable. They have to back up. All right, are we making fused modular frames, baby? Come on, give me one. Give me one. Let me see it. YOLO, the IEM, I couldn't, not until I get the real-time feedback, I couldn't hear myself talk. It was really tough until I got that in. I run vertical lifts through floor holes. Only the last leg is a separate connection. Well, I was running them through the floor holes. All of these had floor holes. I just missed. I missed on one of them, and another one was broken for an unknown reason. Yes, this splitter is new in 1.1. Simmarine is correct. Yeah, the IEMs, they're right here, by the way. I had them on at the beginning of the stream. I couldn't do it anymore. These are Blessing 3s. They're very awesome. They sound amazing. I love them. But until I get the full audio setup, I couldn't stream with them. All right, now we're flowing. Now we can test. Flowing, flowing, flowing. More flowage. How we doing here? Oh, nice. Motors and rubber. Okay, is it a connection problem? Or is it a... Well, it could be a connection problem. We have a backup of motors and rubber anywhere. When do we see our motors and rubber? It could be a... Ooh, there goes a supercomputer. Did you see that? Motors. Okay, so we are broken here. Are we not? Somehow? Yeah, look at this. Motors are right there. Sometimes, man. There they go. What about the Robert? There's the rubber. Are you broken here too, sir? Oh, that one I just forgot to build a lift. That's on me. That's on me. Apparently, it's not. That wasn't the only thing wrong. There they go. Are you guys still flowing? Motors, you stopped. Did you stop because you're broken, or did you stop because you did your duty? Did you do your duty? You did your duty. We're making turbo motors. Yes, I placed the blueprints with auto snapping. Downgrade the lift and upgrade again afterwards. I'll try that. If I see another broken one, I'll try that. You're joining floor hole to floor hole. Use the behavior that if you target the floor hole, you can then target the one above it, and so on for an almost infinite length. So you're saying just skip the ones if I don't have to stop off at the floor, just skip the intermediate ones. I hear you. Yeah, good to know. Okay, one more floor. So there still may be balance problems. There still needs to be fine tuning, but as long as we're getting at least something of everything, Okay, aluminum ingot. What's the holdup? It's not the coppers. It's the aluminum. It's just straight up aluminum ingots. All right, sir. Do you have a broken lift? You have a broken lift. There is a chance it just straight up hasn't manifolded this far. That is a possibility. Nope, it's a broken lift. All right, so you said downgrade it and upgrade it again. That did not work. And what is this shit? That's a merger. Okay. We're gonna have to rebuild this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. I don't... Okay, that goes nowhere. All right. He wasn't ever there in the first place. I moved him to here. Now, why isn't he snapping? Okay. And then what did I have? I had something here. You had to delete. It was an overflow and a merger. It was a flying merger. No, it had to be a smart splitter. That's the merger. Yes, it's a smart splitter. Overflow. Any. Okay. Now you're going up. Yes. Now, what is the holdup here? Heavy modular frames. All right, so that's probably, we have a problem in another factory. So I'm not going to worry about that. I know that we're getting at least some heavy modular frames. We're likely not getting enough. That's a problem for another night. You know, obviously there needs to be fine tuning, but this factory is what we're focused on tonight. I'm so turned on right now, the aluminum factory. It is. Last one I did, I create a lift for this same height of the building and then added the vertical splitters after. That's what I do. But I was having to do a repair job. Okay. This is the last thing that I'm not sure is working. Copper sheets. Wherefore art thou, copper sheets? Probably a stupid bugged lift somewhere. All right. We have to follow this all the way down. Oh, look, a supercomputer. All the way down until we see our beloved copper sheets. For shits. There they are. There they are. Okay, you stopped there. Okay. That's where we're plugged up. That's negatory. That is the category of a negatory. Here we go. Fly, my little babies, fly. Don't get stuck anywhere else. There you go. One more floor. That's the last machine. Okay, everything works. Everything works at least a little bit. There are, you know, numerical shortages. Maybe there's, you know, a row of machines that maybe isn't getting what it needs. But we're getting at least something of everything. Let's head down and check that. Oh, I want to show you guys something. Check this out. I am very happy with this. I was away for some time. How did you fix the railroad signal issue? I just kept deleting things and rebuilding them until they finally worked. I'm not sure. It probably was a bug piece of railroad.
That's right. It's all
Look.
me.
I made it the window so you can see outside when you're on the elevator. This is as close as we get to roof access. Ah. There we are. Can't quite make it to the roof. Oh, there we go. The city is... I mean, guys, essentially, we have finished half of the city tonight. This was the last building in the southern half of the city. Now we have a lot of fixing up to do. We have little things here and there, but, you know, the first half of the city is complete. Phase 4 space elevator parts go there, and then all of phase 5, including the production, as you know, Fixonium and Mark 6 belt parts and everything that comes out of phase 5, including the phase 5 space elevator parts, are going to be in one gigantic factory, and it's going to be shaped like Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk 2077. That's the finale. But we do have some fix up to do. We were a little bit rushed tonight. I want to head down to the bottom. Let's take the elevators all the way down. To the street level. I want to make sure that we have one of everything. Yay, half. There's an even worse way to think about it. All I've done to this point is build larger versions of factories I already had. I already had heavy modular, like I already had heavy modular frames. I already had, I mean, I only had one machine making heavy modular frames, right? They were all starter factories. But yes, we've completed the end game factories for all of phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next step, phase 4 space elevator parts, and then the main productions for phase 5 and phase 5 space elevator parts. That's it. But we have a lot of infrastructure to build. A lot of little things. All right, so last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna check off the list, make sure we have one of everything. It will be actually very close to that time. The next Fixmas. That's why we're not getting it. Okay, I have to build a stupid overflow. Okay. All right. I can fix this. It's why we're not getting the heavy modular frames either. Okay. All right, I know what to do. I know what to do. We had to do it in another factory. I forgot. I know what to do. We will fix that. We'll fix that next stream. What I want to do today, well, actually, it's be an inaccurate test because we don't have those other things fixed. But all right, heat sinks, turbo motors. How many items do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's really 8 because number 9 is here. And I'm not going to worry about that. Worry about these 8. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing 2 items. Radio control units. We know we're making a shit ton of those, so that's fine. They won't get exported until because they're used for other pieces in the factory. Sorry. What else are we missing? Fused modular frames. Guess why? The damn... This. Let's just pull... Give him a little boosty boost. Yeah, I know what's wrong. I can fix this. I fixed it before. We have room in the logistics hub. I just want to see a fused modular frame right here. In fact, we're going to... We're going to pull out the fused here and we're going to store it. Because we were having to buy those. I don't want to shut them down. Well, yeah, I mean, they're mixed truckloads. It's fine. I know how to deal with it. There's a way to deal with it. We have none in there. So we'll be able to tell remotely if any got made. All right. One more thing, and then we're going to shut it down for the night. I want to check the bauxite underneath us that I'm not 100% sure that I set correctly, the bauxite mine. And then we're going to go check. We're going to go put our eyeballs on the copper. These dudes are like fighting over the... Two fat dudes fighting over the last cheeseburger. I don't want to do this. I want to go down. Where are we going? This way. We're going this way. I mean, it's full. So it's fine. It's, yeah, it was wrong, but it wasn't causing a real issue. Yeah, we got 4. Nice. So we need to fix this. Good call, whoever asked that. I can't remember, but you know who you are. Yeah, see that it's backed up fully. So it's fine, but yeah, it was wrong. I mean, it was wrong. It just wasn't causing an issue. All right, let's go to the train station. I just want to check the copper. I'm worried that we're not getting the copper. Let's try to boost off of this. Thingy. We've had one hell of a night. 9-hour stream. I was supposed to shut down 3 hours ago. Maybe I'll take a few I still want to stream tonight or tomorrow night, depending on how you look at it. But I don't know, guys. If I'm really tired, I might. We kind of doubled our stream up tonight, you know. Yeah, you're good. Wow, you guys are bugged to hell. Are you guys doing? Well, bauxite though, can't complain. All right, let's head over here. You have that in your build also? What? Stream 3 more hours? Yeah. Then I'll double it up. The 2 copper are there and there. Mark 3, and he looks like he's maxed out. He is. Random train freight cars in the air. Oh, okay. I think this guy's probably fine too. Yep, we're good. It's so dark. Guys. Where should I take the picture? I kind of want to take the picture. Well, we got to take a picture of like... You know, let's do all the bauxite. Let's do the train station that we made today. Sammy, hello. Hello. Yeah, let's do that. That'll make a good picture. We got really this stream was about hooking up the bauxite. So I think that makes sense for a thumbnail. Put this on. Our train station right there. That purple line extending out was really cool. All right, let's pick a sky. Ooh. Merp. All right, how about some forced perspective? It's a little dark. I think the exposure that I can give it in post would be better than this exposure. Actually, it's not bad. Give it a little boost. Little boosty boost. Okay. I like seeing the trees. Better shot. All right, I'll do the rest in post. Time to save, baby. What's broken in the factory? Not much, actually. The only thing we really have to do that I know of is come up with a little solution for the mixed load. But I've already done that in the computer factory with the rubber and the plastic, so I just have to build it again. I have to do it for the two mixed loads coming in. It's fine. I know how to fix it. But I mean, it's still working really well. That will just make sure that it keeps working forever. That was 101, baby. Flemballer, I'm gonna answer your question. Guys, Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're gonna raid. YouTube, if you guys could like the video, I would really appreciate it. So Flemballer, so what's next in the plan? Have you decided on what your building will be? Your audience will start digging up reference materials for you. I do know what it's going to be. Yeah. If you go to my tour video, 600-hour tour video. The last like 5-10 minutes talks about what I'm going to be building. The plan has not changed from then. If you go to my YouTube channel, find the 600-hour tour video. Okay. That'll tell you. But basically, I'm going to build 4 interconnected cylindrical towers, 1 tower for each space elevator part. So I don't think we need. We're not doing a direct copy from anything in the real world. Okay. I'm really tired. But we turned on the factory. Victory. 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 There's a small chance I do not stream tonight. My wildcard Wednesdays might be me sleeping. Just so that everybody knows. All right, who are we gonna raid? Oh, Fluxo's playing. Easy money. All right, guys. He plays copyrighted music, so I'm gonna say goodnight, and we're gonna hit the raid button. It was a great run. Aluminum is a flowing, and not just aluminum fused modular frames, heat sinks, cooling, radio control units. It's all there. My work starts in 2 hours. Mistakes were made. All right, guys. See you soon.